Chapter 571. But before Ocherdon could finish, Marcius said again, "Your Majesty, I have a few more letters here, sent along with the battle report. Why didn't you say so earlier? Show me." The Devers pretended to be angry and criticized. He pretended to read the letters, then said to Ocherdon, who was looking around, "These are letters from Tawnes, Leontini, Sicily, and other city-states asking for an alliance." Ocherdon's hands trembled as he took the letters. After reading the first and second letters, he was no longer in the mood to read anymore. Of course, he could see that these letters were real. He could tell from one point alone. There were many names written at the end of the text, and there were even handprints and graffiti. He could imagine that, among the leaders of a city-state insurrection, there might be the citizens of the upper classes, with their elegant handwriting, and the commoners who could not read, with their crooked handwriting, and the freedmen or the slaves who could not read, of course, could only scribble with their hands. These rioters had just driven away the forces of Dionysius, and they wrote letters in such a hurry. Perhaps it was not only to get the military protection of Dionia, but also to get the support of Dionia in the subsequent city-state election, so that they could fight for more benefits for the group they represented. If the distraught Ocherdon took the time to read these letters, he would find that there was no letter from Cadonai. In fact, there was, but the Devers did not take it out. Cadonai's letter was written by Anthroporus. In the letter, he emphasized that the people and free people of Cadonai, and even a small number of slaves, after many exchanges and persuasions, agreed to let Cadonai join the Dionia alliance. This was the reason why the Devers did not take out this letter. In addition, there was also a letter from a city-state asking to join the alliance, and that was Naxos. Yes, after the former exiles recaptured their home, they decided to rebuild the city of Naxos and offer it to Dionia. Both Cadonai and Naxos had been destroyed by Dionysius, so the people here knew more deeply than the people of other Sicilian city-states that peace and tranquility were far more important than the seemingly freer, but actually dangerous independence. Therefore, under the guidance of Anthroporus and his men, they willingly chose to join Dionia, the Greek city-state alliance that could defeat the terrible and powerful Syracuse, so that they would not be homeless in the future. Ocherdon handed the letter back to the Devers absent-mindedly. At the same time, he tried to persuade the Devers, "King Devers, even if Dionia defeats Syracuse and obtains the final victory, your priority should be to restore Greece to its former prosperity. The relationship between the various city-states of Sicily is complicated, and there is also the conflict between the indigenous cycles and the Greeks. If Dionia rashly intervenes in this island that is completely unfamiliar to you, it will easily be involved in the conflict between the various city-states. It will instead drag down the development of Dionia. Thank you for your concern and reminder, Lord Ocherdon." The Devers smiled and asked, "In Syracuse's invasion of Greece, there are citizens from Leontini, Tawnes, Cadonai, Sicily, and other city-states. If Dionia rejects these city-states to join the alliance, what do you think they will do?" Ocherdon was stunned. Before he could answer, Hinepolis interrupted, "They will definitely suspect that Dionia still hates them for assisting Syracuse in invading Greece. They are worried that we will retaliate against them. Out of fear, they will likely unite with Syracuse again to defend against the possible threat. Yes, forming an alliance with a brand new Syracuse without Dionysius will be like pouring wine from a clay jar into an empty jar. The taste will remain the same, and Syracuse will still be the leader of the Greek city-states in Sicily. Is this what Carthage wishes to see?" The Devers asked again. Ocherdon had to admit that this was very likely to happen. He stammered, You can tell these city-states that you have no intention of attacking them. You can also sign a friendship agreement with them." The Devers chuckled and leaned back in his chair. He said slowly, "Lord Ocherdon, has Carthage ever taken the initiative to sign a friendship agreement with the neighboring Phoenician city-states?" Ocherdon was stunned, but he immediately understood the Devers' intention. A lion would never care about the feelings of a cow or sheep. A big city-state had its own dignity. It was always the smaller city-states that took the initiative to please the bigger ones to ensure their safety. After defeating Syracuse, Dionia was already a powerful city-state. Of course, they would not do something so foolish as to lower their own status. Aukradin felt his face burning. The Devers continued. In addition, Syracuse's strength far exceeds the other city-states in Sicily, including the city-states that are affiliated with Carthage. No matter what kind of government Syracuse is, or who is in charge, as time goes by, it will naturally attract the surrounding city-states to its side. By then, the people of Syracuse will still be a threat to Greece and Carthage. Therefore, Catania Leontini. These city-states have requested to form an alliance with Dionia. This will allow the central area of the east coast of Sicily closest to Greece to escape from Syracuse's sphere of influence. It will become the southern security barrier of Greece. If Syracuse wants to invade Greece, it must first conquer the area to the north of Syracuse. Then, the war will start there, and it will no longer cause damage to Greece. Therefore, we, Dionia, will agree to their request no matter what and form a solid alliance with them. Aukradin listened to the Devers' firm words and suddenly realized a problem. Does Dionia not intend to destroy Syracuse? Destroy Syracuse? As if he had heard a joke, the Devers said, "It's something that even Carthage can't do. How can the scarred Dionia do it? We're just doing what we can to ensure the safety of Greece and weaken the power of Syracuse." After listening to the Devers' reply, Aukradin was a little tempted, but also a little regretful. He was also a little uneasy about Dionia's insistence on accepting the Sicilian city-states. This was the first time in hundreds of years that a foreign power had set foot in Sicily. The invasion of Athens during the Peloponnesus War did not count. After all, it was too far away. But it was different for Greece, which was only separated by a strait of a few miles. Sir Aukradin, do you know what kind of geometry is the most stable? The Devers suddenly asked. Geometry, which was once developed to calculate the area of land, was highly respected by Greek scholars who liked to study natural science. Some Athens scholars once claimed that geometry was the foundation of all knowledge. What? Aukradin snapped out of his daze. He did not expect the Devers to ask such an irrelevant question. It's a triangle. The Devers went straight to the point. Why do Carthage and Syracuse keep fighting in Sicily? Because they're the only two powerful forces in Sicily. The Devers stretched out two fingers. As long as they come into contact with each other, a war will inevitably break out due to the conflict of interests. There is no room for negotiation. But if Dionia joins, the Devers raised another finger, forming a triangle. The three forces will restrain each other and reach a long-term peace. Because if one party wants to wage war against another, it will have to consider the third party's threat. Aukradin stared at his finger and hesitated for a moment before saying, "It's also possible that two forces will join forces to attack one." The Devers smiled. This war has turned Dionia and Syracuse into enemies. It's impossible for them to join forces to attack Carthage. Do you think that's right? Aukradin did not speak, but he was thinking. Syracuse burned Crotone, massacred Syracuse, and destroyed Dionia's territory. That's why the Greeks hate them. That's why Dionia sold the captured citizens of Syracuse to Carthage. If the people of Syracuse knew about this, they would never forgive Dionia. Will Carthage join forces with Syracuse to attack Dionia? Aukradin shook his head. The decades of war had caused the hatred between the two states to run too deep. Dionia wants to join forces with Carthage to destroy Syracuse, but it's impossible under the current circumstances. After a few decades, perhaps the two forces will join forces, but the distribution of benefits will not be equal. There will always be a third party who will find a loophole and break the alliance. Therefore, peace in Sicily can be guaranteed for a longer period of time. This guarantee is in line with the interests of Carthage. Am I right, Lord Aukradin? The Devers said gently. Aukradin felt that what the Devers said made sense. However, such an important matter was beyond the scope of his mission, so he remained silent. However, the Devers did not intend to let it go. Henny, go get the map. Hennepolis placed the map of Sicily on the wooden table. The Devers picked up a pen and said, "I think the area west of Palermo's and Serenus is under Carthage's control." As he said this, he cut a large western corner of Sicily. He then said, "The area south of Syracuse to the north of Camelina is under Syracuse's control." Chapter 572. Based on the map, Dionia's territory in Sicily was the smallest among the three forces. In fact, the Devers had played a trick. He did not include the entire Catania plain, and the eastern part of the plain was already under the control of Antiporus. The other city-states, such as Agrigento, Gela, Tyndaris, are all neutral, serving as a buffer zone for Carthage, Syracuse, and Dionia, the Devers said seriously as he pointed at the icons on the map. Acradon looked at the map carefully and suddenly asked, "Does Messina also belong to these neutral city-states?" Although Messina's territory was not large, it was located in an important location, so it was considered a relatively important city-state in Sicily. "Of course not," the Devers said without hesitation. "The citizens of this new Messina are colonists from Locri and Medma. They are Dionysius's accomplices. In this war, they helped Syracuse to block the Strait of Messina and attacked the port of Lygum many times. Lygum suggested to Dionia that they should attack Messina to ensure their own safety. The Senate of Dionia has agreed to their request to send troops together." The Devers once again concealed the fact that Dionia and Lygum had decided to jointly govern Messina. Carthage was not a Greek city-state. Its two most important shipping routes did not pass through Messina, so it did not care too much about this. Acradon looked at the map and thought about the Devers' suggestion. After a long time, he raised his head and said, "Honorable King of Devers, the Senate of Carthage sent me here mainly to revise the treaty of friendship signed between Dionia and Carthage. At the same time, I also wanted to understand how Dionia's next step in the war against Syracuse would be carried out. I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise. However, this is beyond my authority. I must bring your proposal back to the Senate and let them decide whether to accept it or not." Devers expressed his understanding, but at the same time, he said calmly, "I hope Carthage's reply will be quick because the people of Syracuse and West Ritter City will probably surrender after a few days." The Devers were confident in their words. The news of Dionysius's escape had been leaked, and the soldiers in the city were in a panic. Syracuse had no choice but to send someone out to negotiate for peace, and the Devers took the opportunity to tell the messenger about the latest battle situation in Sicily. Regardless of whether he believed it or not, there was bound to be a bigger storm in the city of Sirius. When Oakland heard this, he was greatly shaken. He understood what the Devers were implying. The surrender of the Syracuse people in the city of Silatina meant that the war between the South and Italy was basically over. At that time, when Carthage negotiated with the Dionia that had recovered, the conditions would probably be different. After sending off the Carthage messenger who left in a hurry, Hinepolis hurriedly asked, "Your Majesty, will the people of Carthage agree to your proposal?" From the behavior of the messenger just now and the situation of Carthage that we have investigated during this period of time, the people of Carthage City are indeed weary of war. Even if the current situation in Sicily is very favorable to Carthage, I'm afraid many people in the Senate of Carthage will not agree to start a war. Devers recalled a lot of information about Carthage that he had read before, and said, "Things that can be obtained through negotiation. The people of Carthage who value efficiency will not be stupid enough to use force to solve it. Moreover, Carthage should understand that occupying the whole of Sicily is not beneficial to it, but will bring great harm to it." "Why?" Hinepolis asked curiously. "You can understand the reason if you think about it." Is it because it will incur the wrath of the entire Greek world?" "That's right. If Carthage occupies the whole of Sicily, not only Greece, but also Greece will be directly threatened by a foreign race. How can we, the Greeks, accept such a situation? Carthage should be able to feel it during the war against Syracuse. Not only is it fighting against Syracuse, it's also fighting against the Greeks in Italy and the Greeks in Greece." Devers said meaningfully, "Oh, of course a city like Carthage can't defeat the power of the entire Greece. No matter what, it will fail in the end. Henny, your teacher has been interested in Carthage recently. He has collected a lot of information about it. Have you read it?" Devers changed the topic and asked, "Your Majesty, It's not like you don't know that I've always been in Laos. How could I have the time to visit my teacher? Hinepolis felt a little sad when he mentioned Laos. I read the information and discussed it with Ansitanos. I realized that the Phoenicians had quite a number of colonies in the western Mediterranean Sea, and they colonized much earlier than us. But why do we only know about Carthage? Yeah, why? Hinepolis asked curiously. Devers explained in detail, because the way the Phoenicians colonized was different from the Greeks. The Greeks colonized because they had too many people and could not support more people. In order to survive, they were forced to colonize in order to obtain new land and be able to survive. The Phoenicians colonized. No, it should not be called colonization, but a kind of commercial activity. In order to obtain high profits, the Phoenicians ventured to the western Mediterranean Sea hundreds of years ago. As a result, they discovered the silver mines on the Iberian Peninsula and the precious metal mines in Sardinia. In order to collect these precious metals and transport them back to Phoenicia, they built many merchant inns on the coast of Africa and the west of Sicily. Please note that it's a merchant house, not a town. Most of the Phoenicians in the merchant houses were engaged in metal processing and transshipment. In order to satisfy their daily needs, they had to trade with the neighboring natives and the Greek city-states. Therefore, the Phoenicians were the race that could blend into the local environment the best in the western Mediterranean Sea. They lived in harmony with the other races around them. Even though there was a royal war in Phoenicia, which caused some members of the royal family of Tyre to flee to Carthage, which led to the rise of Carthage and replaced Tyre as the new trading center for the Phoenicians in the western Mediterranean Sea, the people of Carthage and the Greeks lived in harmony. Wait a minute, Your Majesty. The people of Carthage are full of malice towards the Greeks of Sicily. They have repeatedly taken the initiative to invade the territory of the Greeks, and they have even sacrificed children. Their behavior is ugly. Hinepolis interrupted the Devers' words and said angrily. The Devers did not seem to mind. He smiled gently and said, "It is their custom to sacrifice children in Carthage. I will not comment on it. However, according to the information that your teacher came up with, it was precisely because we, the Greeks, had taken the initiative to attack the allies of Carthage several times, which led to their counterattack. 100 years ago, the Prince of Sparta, Dorius, claimed that the land near Eryx in western Sicily used to be the resting place of his ancestor, Hercules. Therefore, he wanted to build a city there. Eryx was the religious center of the people of Carthage in Sicily. How could they allow the arrogant Sparta to build a city there? Therefore, Carthage started a war and drove away the Greek allied forces brought by Sparta. A few decades ago, the army led by the tyrant of Syracuse, Dillon, attacked Carthage's ally, Himera, and only then did they attract the reinforcements of Carthage. After Dillon defeated Carthage, he exaggerated the war into a great victory that was comparable to the victory of the Greek allied forces over the Persia. These years, I am afraid that the terrifying image of the people of Carthage was deliberately spread by the people of Syracuse to force the other cities of Sicily to unite around them. Your Majesty, are you saying that this is all a trick of the people of Syracuse? Hinepolis was shocked. The mother cities of the people of Carthage, Tyre and Sidon, are unable to provide new immigrants like the Greeks. Perhaps the people of Carthage, who do not have a large population, are always on guard against the Greek immigrants from the eastern Mediterranean Sea who are coveting western Sicily. Therefore, they have to show their strength from time to time to deter the greed of these people. Devers finished with a straight face. Hinepolis burst out laughing. Your Majesty, you sound like you're not a Greek when you talk like this. Devers said with a straight face. Only by standing in a neutral position can one understand the true feelings of the people of Carthage. I believe that at this time, Carthage will be happy to accept the friendship of a powerful neighbor from Greece. Although that was what Devers said, in his heart, Dionia could not afford to provoke the powerful Carthage at this time. Let's not wake it up. It's better to let it continue to do business, trade, and manage the farms in peace. Dionysius' ship made use of its familiarity with the east coast of Sicily to lead the Diolian clipper into the reef area, thus shaking off their pursuit. When they passed by Taunus, They avoided the blockade of the Dionysian fleet and finally arrived at Ortygia Island. Ortygia Island was surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. There were cliffs everywhere, and there were also city walls built on top of them. The island's defense was quite tight. It also had its own small port, but without the permission of the people on the island, the ship could not dock nor enter the island. But for Dionysius, this was not a problem. As soon as Dionysius arrived on the island, Hipporinus, Callidemus, and the mercenary leader Megiochilus rushed to the island. "Apollo bless you. Lord Dionysius, you're finally back. While you were away, Hieroles started a rebellion he incited." After listening to Callidemus' long-winded narration, Dionysius's heart sank to the bottom. When he saw the Dionysian fleet near Taunus, he had a bad feeling. Now that his premonition had become reality, he did not expect the situation in Syracuse to be so bad. The allied forces led by Macias were defeated by the Dionysian army, and almost all the city-states north of Syracuse rebelled and broke away from Syracuse's control. Apart from Ortygia Island, the entire city of Syracuse had become the domain of the rebels. The more he listened, the more annoyed he became. He could not help but yell, "So much nonsense! Stop it!" Callidemus immediately fell silent. Chapter 573. No one has seen him since the start of the rebellion. According to the analysis of my spies, he is probably imprisoned by Hierolus, Hipporinus said. "Damned Hierolus! I should have beheaded him long ago and hung his body on the city wall as a warning to those with evil intentions. This time, I will kill his entire family and find the priests of the temple to curse his soul to sink in the river Styx forever." Dionysius cursed loudly to vent the anger and frustration in his heart. Without Philistos, it was like cutting off one of his arms, making many of his plans impossible to carry out. Because he had quietly returned to Syracuse, he did not plan to appear in public to avoid being blamed by the people. Many things could only be carried out by Philistos. Now that Philistos was not here, who could he rely on? Hierolus is just outside, and he controls tens of thousands of troops. Defeat him and kill him if you have the ability. What's the use of shouting here? Hipporinus said coldly. Among these people, he was the only one who dared to embarrass Dionysius. Philistos would sometimes criticize him, but never as harsh and unpleasant as Hipporinus. This was because he was not only Dionysius's father-in-law, but also Dionysius's staunch supporter. During Dionysius's most difficult time, it was he who used all his wealth to support Dionysius's election campaign and bribed a large number of citizens for him, allowing him to be elected as the general of the army in Syracuse, leading the citizens against Carthage's army, and embarking on the path of a dictator. Dionysius glared at Hipporinus, his chest rising and falling rapidly as if he would pour out his anger at any time. Callidemus was so frightened that he took a few steps back, but in the end Dionysius held back. He snorted heavily, turned his eyes to Megiochilus, and asked in a low voice, "How is the defense of Ortygia?" "Sir, the rebels once attacked the walls of the isthmus, but suffered heavy casualties and failed to take the top of the wall. They did not attack here again, but instead built a new wall at the exit of the isthmus, hoping to block us out of the city. Have you tried to attack the isthmus with troops?" Megiochilus said nothing and turned to Hipporinus. "I was the one who told the Megiochilus mercenaries not to attack. The situation was very dangerous and chaotic. I had to ensure the safety of Ortygia Island first," Hipporinus said without hesitation. This time, Dionysius did not get angry. After a moment of silence, he said loudly, "Lord Hipporinus, you did the right thing. Megiochilus, thank you and the mercenaries for your hard work in defending Ortygia Island so that we still have a place to live. My lord, guarding Ortygia Island is the duty of us mercenaries. Is Macias alive or dead?" Dionysius asked about the whereabouts of another capable assistant. According to the news from the spies, he led the defeated soldiers and fled to the villages built by the former mercenaries outside the city. But Hierolus did not give him a chance to rest and immediately sent tens of thousands of troops to attack the former mercenaries and their families on that land. Messias was no match for them, and led his men to retreat to the western mountains. Hipporinus said expressionlessly, "As long as he is not dead." Dionysius could not think about contacting Messias for the time being. His thoughts turned to another question. What about our fleet? The sailors at the port were involved in the rebellion. They imprisoned Polonius and took the warships for themselves. They even joined forces with the rebels in Herolis to defeat the 1,000 mercenaries guarding the city gate. They were also responsible for clearing out the mercenaries outside the city, but these sailors and the rebels in the city had some quarrels. What quarrels? Dionysius's heart skipped a beat. According to the reports from the spies, it was said that the sailors at the port wanted to obtain all the land of the former mercenaries and wanted more political rights. But they were opposed by Herolis. Dionysius noted this down and asked another question that concerned him the most. Where's the Dionia army now? They went to Tanis and helped the rebels to take control of the city. I think they went north after that. Now that all the passages between Syracuse and the north have been sealed, there is no way to know the situation there in detail, Hipporinus said. The people of Dionia were quite cautious. Dionysius became anxious when he thought of this. After all, he had left tens of thousands of people from Syracuse in Syracuse to block the main forces of Dionia. If he could not recapture Syracuse before the people of Dionia solved the problem in Syracuse, he would be in danger once the main forces of Dionia crossed the sea. What about the cities on the south coast? Did you ask for help from them? Dionysius asked anxiously. This was the place where he was most likely to get reinforcements, and also where his hope lay. When the cities of Syracuse, Catanae, Leontini, and Tanis were in chaos, the cities on the south coast were also in turmoil. Master Calidmus risked his life to ask for help from Gela, Agrigento, but was rejected, Hipporinus said. Master, these cities all said, in order to help Master attack Greece, they have sent many soldiers. In order to repel the people of Dionia who landed in Sicily, they sent many young and strong citizens, but most of them have not returned. Now that the people in the cities are in turmoil and the political situation is unstable, it is impossible for them to send more reinforcements, Calidmus said helplessly. Even Camalina refused to send troops. Facing Dionysius's murderous gaze, Calidmus nodded shakily. Why yes, damn it, Dionysius cursed. It was understandable if it was other cities, but the tyrant of Camalina was his brother, Leptin, whom he had personally supported. How could he turn a blind eye to the chaos in Syracuse? Did this idiot think that he would be fine after I fell? Dionysius was angry at his short-sightedness, but he felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. All of Syracuse had rebelled. He had lost many of the public militia and the support of the sailors. Even the allies ignored his demands. Could these 2,000 mercenaries recapture his former throne of power? Dionysius was at a loss. He felt like a big fish stranded on the beach. He had the strength, but could not exert it, and was in danger of drying up and dying at any time. At this moment, Calidmus suddenly asked, "My lord, how is the army going on the expedition to Greece?" Dionysius widened his eyes and looked straight at him. Everyone around knew very well that Dionysius had become a deserter, so they did not mention it rationally. But Calidmus mentioned the most taboo thing for Dionysius. I mean, if the army in Greece can return, we can recapture. Under Dionysius's cold gaze, Calidmus's teeth were chattering. What you said makes sense. Dionysius was expressionless. His tone was calm. In that case, I will send you to Syracuse to negotiate with the new king of Dionia. I authorize you to agree to any request he makes. As long as you can bring the soldiers back safely as soon as possible, you'd better leave now. Me? Now? Calidmus was so frightened that he could not speak properly. To evade the patrol of the rebel warships in Syracuse, break through the blockade of the Dionysian fleet, and reach Syracuse, this was a life-threatening task. But Dionysius did not allow him to say anything. He had Megicles and the guards carry him to Captain Lactanus. Although Dionysius did not think that the shrewd king of Dionia would make such a mistake, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. After all, There were thousands of elite mercenary soldiers in Syracuse. As long as they could return, he could easily recapture Syracuse. I've been on the ship for 2 days. I'm a little tired. I'm going to rest for a while. Regarding my return, make sure to keep it secret. Dionysius covered his head with one hand and warned the people around him tiredly, not only to keep it a secret from the rebels in the city, but also from Ortygia Island. The rebels have captured most of the officials in the city hall. Their families on the island are worried. Have a good rest. Tamaki and the kids need you to comfort them too. They've been scared out of their wits these past few days. Hipporinus sighed. Dionysius turned around and looked at Phoebidas, who had been silent. Come with me. I have something to discuss with you. Okay. Phoebidas answered straightforwardly. On the way to the palace, Dionysius said frankly, now you know the situation in Syracuse, and even the whole of Sicily. To be honest, the situation this time is more dangerous than the last time. The rebels in the city are likely to be colluding with the people of Dionia. Otherwise, the entire east coast of Sicily would not be rioting on the same day, and it happened at the most critical moment. What do you think? Very likely. Phoebidas squeezed out a sentence with an indifferent expression. Note, Chapter 574. If that's the case, I'm already weak in Syracuse. It's very likely that I'll be ousted by the rebels, led by Herolus. To me, this is a terrible thing. To Sparta, this is not good news either. Phoebidas, I need your help now. Dionysius had a rare look of begging on his face. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Phoebidas's emotionless face was devoid of emotion. Dionysius was already used to it. He sincerely begged, I hope that you can do what you did last time. Meet the leaders of the rebels, such as Herolus, and persuade them not to fight with me when Syracuse is in danger. This will only allow Dionia to take advantage of the situation and threaten the survival of the people of Syracuse. We should unite and overcome this crisis together. As long as they can accept me as their general, I'm willing to share my power with them and satisfy their demands. All right, I'll try. Phoebidas agreed without hesitation. Don't need to tell them that you're back? No, I'll appear at the right time. Dionysius immediately refused. Seeing Phoebidas leave, Dionysius had a few doubts in his heart. Why did Phoebidas agree so quickly this time? In the city hall of Syracuse, Herolus, who was elected as the temporary chief general, and a few other generals who were elected by the people during the rebellion, formed a war general executive committee. As a poet, Pharisanius was already famous among the people. Because he had repeatedly contradicted Dionysius, he was even locked up in the stone prison. Therefore, the people trusted him and elected him as the general. At this moment, he unceremoniously questioned the representative of the port's sailors and the poor, Tethys. Tethys, why haven't I seen you using your warships to blockade Ortygia Island? We discussed this yesterday. Yesterday, we were still tasked with cleaning up Messias' defeated soldiers. Now, there are still thousands of sailors searching for traces of them in the mountains. How can we spare any manpower to seal off Ortygia Island? Tethystus complained bitterly. Tethys, don't quibble. You have enough manpower at the port. You can eliminate those mercenaries while sealing off Ortygia Island. This is an order issued by the committee after a discussion, and you have accepted it, but you still refuse to carry it out. Do you think the people elected you as a general just to let you have fun here? Another noble from the city, a good friend of Herolus, and the newly elected General Cosias loudly criticized. Although Tethys was a newbie in the political arena, he had been on the sea for decades and had a rich life experience. He was not annoyed by the reprimand. Instead, he spread out his hands and said helplessly, there are not many people in the city, so you can't work together. You can't even gather enough people to build a city wall in a few days. You still need us to provide manpower. Moreover, the port area has a large population with complicated sources. How can you listen to me completely? If you have a problem with me, you can take my position away. In order to be a general, I have to talk until my mouth is broken every day, and I have to be misunderstood by the people at the port. It is not as comfortable as when I was a sailor. I have long wanted to quit. Tethys threatened to resign and the generals immediately stopped criticizing him. They knew that Tethys was already the most amiable of the poor people at the port. If it were someone else, they would not be so easily cooperative. Now that the Great Hellenic War had taken away a large number of citizens from the city, they urgently needed the strength of the poor people in the port area. Lord Tethys, Herolus broke the silence in the room. At this time, he was much more haggard than before the riot. His voice had become hoarse, but his eyes were sharper. What difficulties do you have now? Let's discuss and solve them together. Tethys was still respectful to Herolus and did not beat around the bush. He said directly, "The people of the port hope to participate in the General Assembly to discuss the various proposals decided by the Council. Also, the land that you promised to distribute to the people of the port has not been moved. They suspect that the Executive Committee of the General is deceiving them. In addition, they have taken on many tasks before, and they feel that it is unfair compared to the people in the city. So now, they are not willing to listen to my orders. How is it unfair? The poor people of the port have always been." Another general, Stesikos, heard this and could not help but want to argue. Herolus interrupted him, thought for a moment, and said seriously, "Lord Tethys, we have overthrown the tyrannical rule of Dionysius and will implement a democratic system. But Syracuse is not Athens. Not all citizens can participate in the General Assembly, but, to put it simply, only citizens who can afford a set of heavy infantry equipment and can serve in the military at any time are qualified to participate in the General Assembly. This has always been the political tradition of Syracuse, and we will not change it easily. Not only the poor people of the port area, but also in the city area. Many citizens cannot participate in the General Assembly." But the last time, Tethys still wanted to argue. Herolus waved his hand to stop him and said seriously, "Listen to me first. We promised you that we would distribute the land. Why didn't we carry it out immediately? Because we do not know how many Syracuse people who fought in Greece can return alive, so we are not sure how much land we can free up. We also need people to survey the land again before we could distribute the land to the landless citizens of the port and the city in a fair and just manner. But since land has become the most important issue for the people of the port, and it has affected our unity, we have not occupied Ortygia Island. You must know that we did not occupy Ortygia Island. Dionysius and his mercenaries could come back at any time and shackle the freedom that we bought with our blood." At the end of his speech, Herolus' voice became sharp. He was reminding Tethys and the other generals, "Therefore, I suggest that the land owned by the 5,000 mercenaries led by Messias and the 1,000 mercenaries in the city should be distributed to the people of the port. These mercenaries are actually citizens of Syracuse, but Herolus thought that they were loyal dogs of Dionysius and refused to recognize their citizenship in Syracuse. The land that the mercenaries occupy is huge," Pharisanus reminded loudly. "I think this suggestion of Herolus is acceptable." Tethys expressed his agreement. Unlike Pharisanus, who was straightforward but did not understand politics, when Herolus made the suggestion, Tethys immediately understood the intention of the chief general. The village built by the 6,000 mercenaries was not within the traditional territory of Syracuse. It was a territory that Dionysius had expanded after conquering southeast Sicily. Of course, this included the land of the neighboring city-states that he had forcibly occupied. The village of the 6,000 mercenaries was southwest of Syracuse, adjacent to Achle, a small city-state that belonged to Syracuse. It was a place that the armies of the south coast had to pass through to reach Syracuse. Herolus arranged for the poor people of the port to live there. Not only could he let these greedy and fearful people continue to fight the mercenaries who had escaped into the mountains for land, but he could also guard against the possible hostility of the South Coast city-states towards the new Syracuse regime. Moreover, the land was further away from Syracuse. Allocating it would not cause the people in the city to protest against the injustice. It could also appease the dissatisfaction of the people of the port and let them feel the sincerity of the executive committee. Therefore, not only did Tethys realize the benefits of Herolus' suggestion, the other generals also expressed their agreement. Herolus continued calmly, "But in order to win over the mercenaries, Dionysius had given them 2 generous terms. Every mercenary would be given 10 acres of land. This is a little too much. I hope to temporarily allocate 5 acres of land to the people of the port, and only the poor who have actively participated in the rebellion against the tyranny are eligible. Lord Tethys, you will provide the list of names. Once it has been verified by the people of the city hall, we will immediately start allocating the land. What do you think? Tethys did not think too much. The committee had agreed to immediately allocate the land, so that he would not have to face the questioning and criticism of the people every time he returned to the port. He was already overjoyed. Thus, he said in relief, I agree. Herolus took the opportunity to say, with land, the people of the port will be able to accumulate wealth, buy weapons and equipment, and become heavy infantry. It is only a matter of time before they participate in the citizens' meeting. So, Lord Tethys, you mentioned that the people of the port are requesting to participate in the citizens' meeting. As long as the land is allocated, it will not be a problem. Am I right? Yes, you're right. Tethys quickly agreed. Since the problem has been solved, Herolus's expression became serious. I hope that you will immediately allow the warships that are about to rot to sail out of the port. Seal off the entire Otygia island. Do not allow any ships to enter or leave the island. Although we are temporarily unable to attack Otygia Island, according to what I know, the grain stored on the island can at most feed the 2,000 mercenaries and the people for 3 to 4 months. By then, they will have no choice but to open the city and surrender. Chapter 575. Herolus, the Dionysius said that they will stop Dionysius's army from returning to Sicily. They're not lying, are they? Pharisanus asked worriedly. Dionysius has lost his fleet. He can't bring his army back to Sicily. Instead of worrying about him, why don't you worry about the army that will be captured? They're not only mercenaries, they're also tens of thousands of our citizens and sailors. Will Dionia be able to return them to Syracuse smoothly? Stathykos raised a question that everyone was concerned about, but did not dare to face. Herolus felt the same way. Even though they relied on the Dionia's help to rebel, as the master of Syracuse, they instinctively raised their guard against Dionia. After all, Syracuse and Dionia had a natural conflict of interest. Even though Herolus and the others rebelled because of Dionysius's dictatorship, they also hoped that Syracuse could continue to enjoy its former glory. Herolus cautiously advised, we can discuss these issues later. After all, Dionysius has not been eliminated yet. We cannot let our guard down. Furthermore, the Dionia army has indeed shown goodwill. They have distanced themselves from Taunes, and they have fulfilled their promise. Not a single Dionia soldier has set foot on Syracuse's soil. Of course, we cannot let our guard down. Stathykos, you have to supervise the soldiers on the northern wall to increase their patrols. Lord Tethys, Herolus looked at the old sailor. The other generals were his like-minded friends, but only this general who came from the port and was born in poverty. Herolus had to remind him again. I heard that there are some Dionia in the port area. They are spreading rumors, causing the people to feel uneasy and destroying the security and stability of Syracuse. I hope that you can ferret out these Dionia spies and expel them from Syracuse. Yes, that's what we should do. Syracuse's problems should be solved by us, the people of Syracuse. We don't need our enemies to interfere because they all have ulterior motives. They want to harm Syracuse. Pharisanus immediately expressed his agreement. Based on what he knew, the people of Dionia had close ties with Herolus, and they got along well with the poor people of the port. Not only did they organize themselves to fight against Dionysius's rule, but they also taught them how to fight for their own interests. The success of the land distribution this time was also due to their guidance. But now, the generals who had benefited from it were going to turn their backs on them. Herolus saw that he was in a daze and reminded him loudly, now that Dionysius's rule has been overthrown, we are generals officially elected by the citizens of Syracuse. We represent the will of the people, and our dealings with the people of Dionia should be done through formal diplomatic channels, and not in private like before. This will not only confuse the people, but it will also harm the interests of Syracuse. Herolaus' words were spoken openly, and Tethys could not refute it, so he could only agree. Pharisanus, are you willing to make a trip to Dionia and discuss with the Diolian Senate on how to end this war, and at the same time, return the citizens of Syracuse who have been captured by Dionia? Herolaus asked. I'm very willing. Pharisanus agreed. What if the people of Dionia come up with a lot of harsh demands? Phaucus, another general of Syracuse, expressed his concern. I think the people of Dionia will most likely ask for compensation for the war and protection of their rights in the northern part of Syracuse, Cadenai, Leontini, and other city-states. Over the past few days, Herolaus had not only led the people to purge the remaining forces of Dionysius inside and outside the city, but also to stabilize the order of Syracuse. At the same time, he was also thinking about how the new regime of Syracuse could obtain security and development in the upcoming situation. Dionia was a huge rock in front of Syracuse, and there was no way to go around it. Herolaus had naturally thought about this a lot. Dionia might even ask us to disband the Sicilian alliance and return the land to the other city-states that we have occupied in the past. Tethys reminded loudly. Everyone's expression changed, especially Tethys, because the piece of land promised by the council was seized by Syracuse from several affiliated city-states in the south. Herolaus was still calm. It's a negotiation, of course. The other party will make a lot of unreasonable demands, but, Pharisanus, you have to remember, without the cooperation of Syracuse, Dionia will not have it easy. For example, we can go to the Silent Lands and persuade the tens of thousands of soldiers to surrender and help Dionia end the war in Greece as soon as possible. Also, if we, Syracuse, do not recognize Cadenai, Leontini, and other Sicilian city-states supported by Dionia, they will not be able to gain a foothold on the east coast of Sicily. The more Herolaus spoke, the more confident he became. After all these years, he had a deep understanding of Dionia, especially the Devers. He believed that the young and wise new king of Dionia would not be blinded by hatred and make too many unreasonable demands. After hearing this, Pharisanus was assured. He promised, "Don't worry, I will not let Syracuse's interests be harmed. When it's time to give in, we should give in appropriately. After all, we are the party that needs Dionia's help." Herolaus was afraid that Pharisanus would be too straightforward and offend the Devers. I understand. I'm going to negotiate, not to recite poems. After Pharisanus finished speaking, everyone except Tethys laughed. In the past, when Dionysius hosted poetry banquets, Pharisanus would always make things difficult for Dionysius, thus incurring the hatred of the tyrant. Phaucus, how much money do we have left in the treasury? Herolaus asked. Phaucus was about to answer when a guard ran in. Dear generals, a Sparta has come to Ortygia. He says he is a messenger of Sparta, and he wants to meet with you. A messenger of Sparta? Everyone was shocked. It was finally here. Herolaus clenched his fists. Phoebidas walked into the city hall. He did not recognize any of the 10 people in the room. In fact, every time he came to Syracuse, it was Dionysius who hosted him in the palace on Ortygia Island. He was always accompanied by officials and servants, so he could enjoy the treatment of a noble of the East. He had almost never entered Syracuse alone to experience life, except for the time when Carthage's army attacked the city. But just because he did not know anyone else, it did not mean that others did not know him. Scarlet cloak, long hair, thick beard, hooked nose, cunning and sharp eyes, and a face that was always cold and arrogant. Herolaus was too familiar with this Sparta man. He subconsciously shouted, "Dionysius is back." As soon as this was said, not only Phoebidas, but everyone else was shocked. Although Phoebidas was a little surprised, he did not show it on his face. He looked at the man standing in the middle of the crowd and asked, "You are Herolaus, the chief general of Syracuse, elected by the citizens' assembly." Herolaus said loudly and solemnly, "Respected messenger of Sparta, Phoebidas, did Dionysius send you here?" "This is Herolaus." Phoebidas suppressed the curiosity in his heart and did not look at him carefully. Instead, he snorted coldly. "What right does Dionysius have to order the people of Sparta? I just want to return to Sparta to report to the Elder Council about the war in Greece and help him come here to ask for reinforcements. I did not expect to see a group of thugs making a mess of Syracuse. We are not thugs, Dionysius is. We are just taking back the rights and freedom that should belong to the people of Syracuse. Pharisanus retorted loudly. Oh, freedom! Phoebus snorted again in disdain. Just when Dionysius led his army to turn the tide of the war, and only needed 10 to 20,000 reinforcements to turn the tide of the war, the rebellion you started caused tens of thousands of people of Syracuse to lose their support and eventually die in Greece. Some of the generals were slightly ashamed, while others retorted loudly. Dionysius started this war with the lives of the people of Syracuse. If this continues, all the people of Sicily will be buried together with Dionysius's ambition. Apollo bless us, we have stopped the people of Syracuse from making unnecessary sacrifices for a war that does not belong to us. We will also negotiate with Dionia to rescue the people trapped in Greece. Stesichos said loudly, a war that does not belong to you. Phoebus sneered. Dionia's army has already taken over Tanis, which is the closest city to Syracuse. Syracuse is already under the threat of Dionia's spears and shields, and you still say this has nothing to do with you. This is the consequence of Dionysius's constant invasions. Pharisanus said angrily as he waved his right hand. Herolus interrupted his friend. Messenger Phoebus, these are the internal affairs of Syracuse. We will take care of it eventually. Just tell us why you are here. Chapter 576. Phoebus's threatening words immediately made everyone nervous. Stesichos asked cautiously, what is your suggestion? Give up the confrontation with Dionysius, and both sides sit together and negotiate. Of course, Dionysius has been too dictatorial these years, which has dissatisfied the people of Syracuse. So I suggest that Dionysius be removed from the position of full general and re-implement the 20-general system. Because there are many people in Syracuse, more generals are needed to manage the affairs of the city, and during the period of democracy, they implemented this system half the time. During the current period of war, let him temporarily be the chief general to avoid greater war losses due to the change of generals midway. Phoebus's suggestion made the generals fall silent. Herolos asked loudly, is this your suggestion, or Dionysius's? It is the result of my discussion with him. Phoebus lied without blinking. Herolos warned the others loudly. As a friend of more than 10 years, with my understanding of him, even if he is forced by the current situation to agree to these suggestions made by the Sparta emissary, who knows if he will wait for the crisis to pass in the future to resume his tyrannical rule and kill us who resist him today. We must not forget the painful lesson of 5 years ago. Herolos's words reminded everyone, and everyone's expression changed. For years ago, after Dionysius defeated Carthage's army, he immediately arrested all the leaders of the riots on the charge of traitors and executed them without trial. Their property was confiscated, and their families were reduced to slaves. This atrocity frightened the people of Syracuse, and no one dared to object to Dionysius's actions. In the next few years, everyone obediently became obedient people. If not for Dionysius's army suffering a crushing defeat outside, the defenses within the city, and the leadership of Herolos and the others, how would the people dare to resist Dionysius again? Herolos's words once again uncovered this painful memory, causing fear and anger to appear on the faces of the generals. Phoebus, however, did not know this. He pretended to be solemn and said, I can make a vow in the name of Hercules to assure you, damn you, Hercules, screw your promise. Someone cursed angrily and then rushed in front of Phoebus, pointing at him and gritting his teeth, roared, so it's you? It's you. If it weren't for your promise, my brother and the others wouldn't have chosen to let Dionysius go. As a result, my brother was beheaded, my sister-in-law became a slave, and no one knows where she was sent. His 2 children were stabbed to death by evil mercenaries, and my parents, the more Cusias spoke, the angrier he became. He stretched out his hands, wanting to grab Phoebus's clothes, but Phoebus took the opportunity to push him away, and Cusias fell to the ground. He wanted to rush over again, but was stopped by Stesichos to Thetis and the others. He could only curse angrily. Damn Sparta! You killed my family, and by the goddess of vengeance, one day she will bestow her punishment on Sparta. I hope I live to see the day when Sparta is destroyed and all Sparta people become slaves. Originally, Phoebidas did not care about Chryseis' screams. He had killed too many people in his life, and if he cared about such things, he would have had a mental breakdown. But Chryseis' last curse was too vicious, and it made him angry. This is your attitude toward Sparta? Emissary Phoebidas. Herolus advised with a gentle expression. Chryseis' family was one of the first immigrants to Syracuse, and they enjoyed a high reputation among the people. However, Dionysius killed his entire family and imprisoned him in the stone prison. If not for this successful resistance, he would have died silently in the stone prison. So, I hope you can understand his anger. And you have also seen the oath Dionysius made in front of everyone 4 years ago, and how easily he broke his promise in the end, harming the people of the city. Today, no matter how sweet his words are, the eyes of the people of Syracuse have been polished by the blood of their dead relatives, and they will not believe any of his promises. Dionysius will either be imprisoned by us and put on trial, or he will escape from Syracuse and never return. Other than that, he has no other choice. As long as we catch him, we will put him on trial for treason, including his family, just like what he did to us. Chryseis said through gritted teeth. That's right, we will not accept peace. Dionysius and his men must be punished. Pharisanus also voiced his opinion loudly, and the other generals also expressed their agreement. Phoebidas's face was gloomy as he looked at the agitated generals in front of him and said coldly, If that's the case, you and Sparta will. Emissary Phoebidas. Herolus interrupted the threatening words he was about to say in time. You have been fighting with Dionysius in Greece, so you do not know the recent situation of Sparta on the Peloponnesus Peninsula. The people of Athens and Corinth fought together, causing your Sparta allies to suffer heavy losses. The people of Athens even broke into Arcadia, and it is said that your king Agelaus has just returned to Sparta and is preparing to gather a new army to defend against the attack of the anti-Sparta alliance. Not only did Sparta and Syracuse have close military ties, they also relied on Syracuse for trade, such as food. Also, Sparta often relied on Syracuse's merchant ships throughout the Mediterranean Sea to collect information for them. For example, the news of the Persia's fleet being led by the general of Athens, Chelon, and the attack on Sparta's fleet was told to Sparta by the merchants of Syracuse, who were doing business in Asia Minor. Similarly, things that happened in Sparta's territory were often reported back to Syracuse by these merchants, which was why Herolus had a better understanding of the war on Peloponnesus. Phoebidas was shocked, and he could no longer maintain the cold arrogance on his face. I hope what you said is true. Syracuse is not far from Sparta. It can be reached in 2 days by boat. You will know if it's true or not when you go back. We can provide you with a boat, Pharisanus said with a hint of schadenfreude. Herolus hurriedly said, Envoy Phoebidas, Syracuse and Sparta have always been allies, and we should help each other. However, ever since Dionysius became the Overlord, because of his selfish desires, Sparta has often provided more help than Syracuse. Now, we have the upper hand, and Dionysius is at a disadvantage. If Sparta continues to support Dionysius, the situation in Syracuse will take a long time to stabilize. But if you support us, Syracuse will soon return to stability and prosperity, and we will continue to maintain our alliance with Sparta and provide aid to Sparta at any time. Herolus' last few words were spoken with sincerity, and it moved Phoebidas. He stared at Herolus for a long time and asked hesitantly, What you said, is it true? Herolus and the other generals around him looked at each other and then turned to face him. He said solemnly, This is the decision we have made after our discussion. We can renew our alliance with Sparta. Phoebidas looked around, and the coldness in his eyes quickly disappeared. Dionysius had finally waited for Phoebidas' return on Ortygia Island, but what he got was the terrible news that the rebels refused to negotiate and insisted on expelling him from Syracuse. Although this was one of the worst-case scenarios that Dionysius had imagined, he could not help but lose his temper. Then, he wanted to continue to understand the situation in Syracuse and the leader of the rebels from Phoebidas, but Phoebidas was obviously not in the mood. He directly asked Dionysius to immediately send him back to Sparta. Of course, Dionysius, who now relied more on Sparta as an ally, could not refuse, but he felt a sense of crisis from Phoebidas's sudden change in attitude. As someone who was good at manipulating power, of course, he knew that the situation in Syracuse was very unfavorable to his side, so he could not help but wonder, would the snobbish Sparta abandon him and choose the rebels? Thinking of this, he could not sit still. The people of Sparta were deep in the war, and they might not be able to send troops to support him, but the prestige of Sparta could help him to intimidate and stabilize the situation in the city, as well as dispel the other city-states' worries. If Sparta abandoned him, it would push him, who is already isolated and helpless, into the abyss. Therefore, the cornered Dionysius did not talk to his two wives and children in detail about his departure. Instead, he locked himself in the palace alone, thinking hard about how to get out of this predicament. Soon, he called the mercenary leader, Megicles, and the chief of intelligence, Hipporinus, for a secret meeting. Late at night, the people in the main city of Syracuse had fallen asleep. The sentries on the newly built walls of the isthmus had also relaxed their vigilance due to the peaceful days on Ortygia Island. Most of the sentries could not resist the drowsiness and fell into a deep sleep. Dionysius personally led all the mercenaries out of Ortygia Island. Chapter 577. When Dionysius saw the black-armored enemies charging towards him, his heart sank. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately blew the horn to retreat. Antonios considered that the soldiers had not recovered from the long march, so he did not give the order to pursue. Instead, he ordered the troops to rest. Hercules, who had escaped, saw the Dionysius soldiers taking off their armor and eating their rations as they rested on the ground in Syracuse. Hercules had mixed feelings, but no matter what he thought, he had a smile on his face as he gratefully said to Antonios, "Apollo has blessed us. Thank you, Dionia, for your timely aid. If not for you, sacrificing our lives is a small matter, but Syracuse would be reoccupied by the evil Dionysius. This would be a disaster for the people of Syracuse and Dionia, who are fighting against Dionysius. Dionysius is the cause of war. The people of Dionysia and Syracuse, who yearn for peace, do not want him to wield power and start a war. I brought my troops here for only one purpose, to expel him from Syracuse. As for what to do next, we will listen to your opinion." Antonios pointed out the hidden meaning behind Herolus's words. Not only did he not care, but he also answered seriously, "Dionysius is the cause of war. The people of Dionysia and Syracuse who yearn for peace do not want him to wield power and start war." Antonio's low profile allowed Hercules and the rest to heave a sigh of relief. So Hercules' response was much more straightforward. "General, I hope that you can lead your troops and help us recapture the main city that Dionysius has occupied." Antonios immediately agreed to Hercules' request. After letting the soldiers rest for a while, he immediately set off towards the southeast of the city. In fact, Dionysius had already led the mercenaries to retreat towards Ortygia Island. When he saw the Syracuse soldiers appear, he knew that his troops would not be able to resist them in a short period of time. He did not expect Dionysius' reinforcements to arrive so quickly, and he had been regretting it. Last night, when he learned that Rholes and the others had defeated his pursuers at the Epol Highlands, he should not have been busy organizing the slave soldiers and dividing Rholes' troops for the sake of safety. This had wasted a lot of his precious time. Instead, he should have immediately led all the mercenaries to Epol, annihilated Hercules and his men, occupied the north wall of Syracuse, and blocked the way for Dionia to move south. It was too late for regrets now. Dionysius' cautious character had led to his ultimate failure. Seeing that he was about to win, he was regretful to the extreme. Antonios led his troops forward quickly, and he quickly experienced the vastness of Syracuse. Of course, there were few people. Of course, This had something to do with the fact that Dionysius had transferred a large number of citizens, sailors, and support personnel to Greece. Expedition. It took nearly an hour for the Dionia coalition army to reach the main city. The mercenaries who were driving and pillaging the people saw their arrival and hurriedly fled to Ortygia Island. Hercules and the others who rushed over were crying because the entire square was covered with corpses and injured people. Most of them were the families of the rebel soldiers and the people who had supported them the most. Antonios led his troops to the isthmus of Ortygia Island, seeing the towering fortress and the tall, sturdy wall behind it. To prevent too many casualties, he gave up the attack and retreated behind the newly built wall. The situation in Sparta was just as bleak. Sparta had been fighting on two sides. Acoletus led the allied forces and mercenaries to continue fighting the Persia in Asia Minor. The war in the Isthmus of Corinth on the Peloponnesus Peninsula lasted for a long time. Although the main force of the war was either the allied forces or mercenaries, Sparta's own citizens suffered many casualties. The Council of Elders had no choice but to order citizens over the age of 50 to put on armor, take up shields and spears, and serve as patrols in Sparta to prevent the black rogues from moving. They even decided to carry out the hunt in advance, that is, to kill the black rogues in a planned way to reduce their population and ensure the safety of Sparta. The dark clouds of war shrouded Sparta, and the people were in a state of high tension. At this moment, Phoebidas, who had returned to Sparta, met Agesilaus in the king's residence. The Sparta king, who had made a huge name for himself in Asia Minor, central Greece, and the Isthmus of Corinth, had long won the respect of Sparta citizens. Some even called him the hero of Sparta after Lysander. At this moment, he looked a little tired. He leaned against the wooden chair, straightened his right leg, and bent his lame left leg. This was his habit, so no one could see the problem with his left leg. He leaned forward and listened attentively to Phoebidas's experience in the Western Mediterranean with Dionysius. The wooden chairs the two sat on were next to each other, which showed how much he valued Phoebidas. Although there was no feast of fruits and wine, Phoebidas often enjoyed such treatment in Syracuse. This simple environment made Phoebidas feel more at ease. Phoebidas tried to narrate the entire process of the Great Hellenic War from a neutral point of view. He then picked up the crude clay pot beside him. The pot was filled with cool river water. He took a big gulp and immediately felt his parched throat moisturized. Agesilaus recalled Phoebidas's narration and imagined thousands of soldiers from both sides fighting one war after another on the land of Great Hellenic War. He could not help but let out a long sigh. I didn't expect the huge Great Hellenic War to end in less than half a year, and the result was completely beyond our expectations. That's right. Who would have thought that the puny Dionia would emerge as the final victor? Phoebidas was also emotional. After all, when Syracuse's army landed in Great Hellenic War, they were unstoppable. At that time, the elders of Sparta were probably worried that Syracuse would win too easily, including Phoebidas himself, who knew that the result would be the opposite. Many Sparta people's jaws probably dropped. According to your judgment, can Syracuse still turn the tables? Agesilaus asked with a hint of hope. After all, Syracuse was Sparta's ally for many years. Its defeat would mean the collapse of Sparta's original strategy in the Western Mediterranean Sea. It might lead to a complete change in Sparta's foreign strategy. Agesilaus had to be careful. It's basically impossible. Phoebidas answered directly. Then, he hesitated for a moment and said, unless the gods bless us and let the Dionysian army spread the plague in the eyes of outsiders. During the years when Dionysius was the overlord, Carthage's army had besieged Syracuse twice. The first time was not long after Dionysius became the general, around 406 BC. In the end, the Carthage's army was infected with the plague, and they were defeated in the end. This gave outsiders the impression that Dionysius was also blessed by the gods. However, in reality, there was a large swamp area south of Syracuse's port area near the Anapus River. Every time Carthage's army set up camp in this area, a large number of mosquitoes would find many hosts for the bacteria to spread. For the Dionysian army, the possibility of a plague was extremely low. This was because the military law of Dionia required that the army was not allowed to set up camp near the mosquito breeding grounds. After a battle, the corpses of both sides had to be cremated and buried in time. The soldiers had to drink the water after it was boiled. Moreover, the supply camp carried lime, produced from the Turiai stone mine. After the camp was set up, the dirty places in and around the camp had to be disinfected. The Devers from his previous life, of course, knew the cause of the plague. After taking so many measures, they basically reduced the possibility of the plague to the lowest. Agisalitas, of course, did not know this, but a mature commander would never place his hopes on an unpredictable god. Phoebides's words had actually sealed the end of the war in Greece. Agisalitas punched his left leg with a solemn expression and asked, "Do you think Dionysius can defeat the rebels and regain control of Syracuse?" "It'll be very difficult." Even though Phoebides had been with Dionysius for a few months, he had only met the rebels once. He still spoke in a matter-of-fact manner. Dionysius has lost his powerful, loyal mercenaries and his enormous navy. He has also abandoned the army and become a deserter. Not only has the people of Syracuse abandoned him, but most of his allies in Syracuse have also abandoned him. Moreover, there are still Dionysius' troops stationed in the cities near Syracuse. Dionysius is surrounded by enemies and has no reinforcements unless we, Sparta, send reinforcements to support him. Sparta has no reinforcements to send, Agisalitas said straightforwardly. This was within Phoebides's expectations. It's a pity. We've supported Dionysius for so many years, but in the end, Agisalitas let out a long sigh and showed a regretful expression. We can support the rebels in Syracuse instead. Their leader promised me that they are willing to let Syracuse ally with us, Sparta, and send reinforcements to us after the war in Greece to help us defeat the allies who rebelled against Sparta. Phoebides's words did not make Agisalitas happy. He muttered, "For us, this is a choice that we have no other choice. But this new regime in Syracuse is probably a democracy." Phoebides recalled the 10 generals he saw in Syracuse's city hall and nodded. "Should be." Chapter 578. Why don't we support another? Phoebides suggested. Aeneas' eyes lit up, but then he thought of something and looked up at Phoebides with a self-deprecating smile. Supporting Dionysius or Syracuse right now is no longer up to Sparta to decide. Phoebides was stunned and subconsciously asked, "Then who's going to decide?" He immediately understood. Agesilaus looked at him and said with a serious expression, "Dionia defeated Syracuse and made Syracuse suffer such heavy losses. Dionia has already become the dominant force in Greece and eastern Sicily. Moreover, according to what you just said, Dionia now has a huge army of at least 50,000 soldiers, and the military organization that makes up this army, which they call the Legion, is very powerful. They also have a huge fleet that can defeat the Syracuse navy. How can I not worry about the rise of such a powerful force behind Sparta? Moreover, Chrysippus has visited Turkestan before, and the new king of Dionia is very dissatisfied with Sparta assisting Syracuse's invasion of Greece. If Dionia, who is hostile to Sparta, after the war with Syracuse ends, if they join the war with Corinth, Sparta, even though Agelaus didn't finish his sentence, Phoebides could sense the hidden fear this Sparta king had towards Dionia from his eyes. Right now, Sparta was tied down by the war in Asia Minor and the war with Corinth. It didn't have the ability to stop an army of tens of thousands under the leadership of a powerful fleet from landing on Sparta's coast. However, Phoebides's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly said, "When Dionia besieged Syracuse's army in Xylite, I went to see King Devers of Dionia. He vaguely said that as long as Sparta doesn't make an enemy out of Dionia, Dionia has no intention of making an enemy out of Sparta." "Really? Tell me in detail what happened when you met." Agesilaus' interest was piqued. After listening to Phoebides's narration, Agesilaus pondered for a long time and sighed. "I'm afraid Dionia wants to become a second Syracuse, but there is indeed a Syracuse that isn't bound by Sparta. This makes things difficult for us." Phoebides, Did you know that yesterday Taranthum sent a messenger to Sparta, hoping for our help because Dionia wants to incorporate Taranthum into its alliance? What? Dionia wants to annex Taranthum? This is unacceptable. Taranthum is one of our states. Phoebidas was shocked and objected without thinking. The young new king of Dionia is very ambitious, but there isn't a single Greek state that can stop him. Agesilaus seemed a little helpless, and he once again fell into deep thought. Finally, Agesilaus made up his mind. He pressed one hand on his left leg and the other on the wooden table, and said to Phoebidas with a serious expression, "Now, we must first stop Dionia from further suppressing Syracuse and its allies and even occupying them. Tomorrow, I will propose to the Elder Council. Since Dionysius has lost control of Syracuse, then we can only temporarily support the rebels and quickly restore Syracuse's strength to resist Dionia's power in the western Mediterranean. When the time comes, you will go to Syracuse as Sparta's messenger and solve its internal strife as soon as possible." "I understand." Phoebidas nodded immediately. "Also, since the new king of Dionia has shown no hostility towards us, then we will send Chrysippus to Greece and have a good talk with him. Hopefully, we can come up with some kind of agreement that can restrain Dionia and make us feel at ease." Phoebidas heard Agesilaus' words and felt a little uneasy. He wanted to remind him, but he didn't know where to start. Agesilaus did not notice Phoebidas's expression. He was still immersed in his thoughts. "Sigh, our war with Persia and with Corinth, Thebes, Athens, and Argos has been going on for too long. In the long run, it will only weaken Sparta's strength and our prestige in the Greek world. Instead, it will only benefit Dionia. We have to think of a way to end this meaningless war." After the failure of the siege, Helos summed up his experience and rebuilt the siege weapons and formulated a siege plan. 2 days later, Helos launched another attack on Medema. The fierce battle lasted until the afternoon, and Dionia and Lygium took over Medema. According to the Devor's orders, Helos did not show mercy this time. He captured the people of Medema, reduced them to slaves, and sent troops to escort them back to Tyria. This act of killing the chickens to scare the monkeys shocked Locke and Tarentum, especially Locke. The fall of Medema meant that the Dionysian army in the west would no longer be obstructed and could enter Locke's territory through the mountain path. Locke would also have to face a pincer attack from Dionia and Corinthia. What worried Locke even more was that after understanding the situation in the north, they sadly found out that the Syracuse expeditionary force could not even protect themselves. They could not give Locke any hope. Under the pressure of the majority of the council, the chief general Demodocus had no choice but to betray his brother-in-law. He sent a messenger to Dionia to ask for peace. However, the Devors, who had the absolute advantage, would not let Locke go so easily. He put forward 2 conditions. First, Demodocus and his cronies had to be expelled. Second, Locke had to be integrated into the Dionia alliance. When the news reached Locke, the people were in an uproar. The Devors had no time to care about Locke, who was already in an uproar because of his words. He was preparing to accept the surrender of the Syracuse troops in Xylite. At first, the Phasapeses sent a messenger to Dionia's camp to ask for peace. However, the Devors flatly refused. He proposed to the messenger that the Syracuse troops in Xylite must surrender unconditionally, and that Dionia would guarantee their safety. Of course, he promised that Dionia would send them safely back to their hometowns in no more than 3 months. However, this did not include the mercenaries who had killed countless Dionia's people. At the same time, the Devors took the initiative to explain the situation in eastern Sicily to the messenger, and showed him the letters from the cities of Catanae, Sicily, Leontini, and other cities requesting to submit. The shock in the messenger's heart could not be any greater. He returned to Xylite in a daze. As soon as he entered the city, he was stopped by the soldiers, who could not wait to ask about the negotiations. Facing the 3 layers of soldiers that surrounded him so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak out, the emissary finally revealed the details of the negotiation. The soldiers never expected that while they were fighting a war thousands of miles away, there was already a riot in their hometowns. It was no wonder that Dionysius abandoned them and fled back to Sicily alone. Compared to the Syracuse generals like Phasapeses who stayed behind to guard the city, who were skeptical of the news brought back by the messenger, the soldiers were completely panicked. They gathered in front of the commander-in-chief's residence again and shouted the slogan, "Agree to Dionysius' request. We want to go home." They even injured the guards several times and tried to force their way into the house, causing Phasapeses and the others to tremble in fear. At this time, the Namibian cavalry, who knew that they would not be let go of by Dionysia, attempted to escape from Xylite in order to survive. They suddenly launched an attack on the unsuspecting Syracuse soldiers. At the same time, Leptines, who realized that the situation was not good, led more than 20 warships that were willing to follow him and left the port. They were intercepted by the Dionysian fleet that was prepared in advance. After a chase on the sea, 7 warships escaped, and the rest were either captured or sunk. This included Leptines' flagship. He was rescued from the sea by Dionysius sailors and became a captive. On this day, Xylite was in chaos and uproar. The Dionysius scouts outside the city could hear the sounds of fighting and screams from 100 meters away from the city walls. They immediately reported the news to the Devers. The Devers did not take any action. The chaos in the city lasted for a day. The next day, the gates of Xylite opened wide. Phasapeses and the other generals led soldiers who took off their armor and threw away their shields and spears, as well as more than 30,000 freedmen and slaves, and surrendered to Dionysia. At the same time, they also presented the heads of the hundreds of Namibians who caused the chaos in the city the previous day and were eventually surrounded and killed. The entire Dionysia camp was filled with cheers. After months of bloody battles, the Syracuse invasion army was finally destroyed. The Devers ordered the tens of thousands of captives to be detained and stationed in Xylite. They arranged for people to clean and repair the city that was ruined by the Syracuse army. The Syracuse rebel messenger, Phasapeses, originally planned to land in Crotone and then come to Dionysia camp. He did not expect to be intercepted by the Dionysian fleet near Xylite. Only then did he learn that the Syracuse army had all surrendered to Dionysia, and he was shocked. He originally wanted to use the Syracuse army as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Dionysia, but now it was not. Feeling uneasy, he went ashore at the port and soon met the Devers. Chapter 579. At this time, Phasapeses expressed that Syracuse was willing to sign a peace treaty with Dionysia. Devers was already prepared for this. He simply said, "If you want to sign a peace treaty with Dionysia, Syracuse must agree to the following conditions. First, the people of Syracuse started this war and caused serious damage to Dionysia and Magna Graecia. Therefore, Syracuse must compensate Dionysia with 2,000 talent for the restoration of Dionysia and the other city-states of Magna Graecia. Second, the people of Syracuse who were captured by the Dionysian army, as the invaders of this war, have the blood of Magna Graecia on their hands. Dionysia will not release them easily. They must pay a ransom, the price of which is determined by the status of the captive. Third, Syracuse must disband the Sicilian alliance. Fourth, Syracuse must recognize the fact that Taunus, Leontini, Catani, Sicily, Naxos, and Tauromenian have joined the Dionysia alliance. The interests of these city-states must not be infringed upon. Fifth, Messina. The straightforward Phasapeses was angered by these harsh conditions, but a sentence from Devers made him suppress the urge to leave immediately. If you're not willing to accept these conditions, Dionysia can talk to Dionysius. This was what Heroles and the others were most worried about. In order to prevent Dionysius, who had been beaten to the bottom, from rising again, Phasapeses had no choice but to negotiate with the Devers subordinates, the officials of Dionysia, led by Ansitanos. On the second day, the news of Dionysius's raid on Syracuse was almost successful if not for the help of the Dionysian army. When Phasapeses learned of this, he realized the risk that Heroles and the others were facing, so the process of the negotiations accelerated. At the same time, the news of the Syracuse expedition surrendering to Dionysia had reached the ears of the citizens of Rockley. The citizens in the city panicked. At this moment, Helos led 10,000 soldiers and marched secretly from the west to the east. They quickly passed through the mountain path and approached Rockley. They used a dozen ballistae to destroy the temporary defensive camp that the Rockley people had built at the exit of the mountain path. They used their fierce attacks to defeat part of the Rockley army's resistance and invaded their territory. This bad news caused even more panic in Lockley City. At this time, there were still rumors spreading in Lockley City. For example, the main force led by the Devers is already headed south and will reach Lockley in a day. These rumors made it hard for the commoners, nobles and politicians in Lockley City to remain calm. Demodocus and his cronies saw that the situation was not good, so they ran to the port with their families, trying to escape Greece by ship. The political enemies who had been suppressed by Demodocus in the past took the opportunity to incite the people, declaring that only by capturing Demodocus and his cronies and offering them to Dionia could Dionia's anger towards Lockley be alleviated. Therefore, the docile citizens of Lockley, who usually strictly followed the laws of the city, attacked Demodocus and the others. Blood dyed the sea of Lockley Port red. Demodocus and some of the generals, council members and their families, including the elderly, women and children, a total of more than 200 people fell in a pool of blood. None survived. The tyranny displayed after the anger of the docile citizens of Lockley made Demodocus' opponents secretly afraid. Everyone was in danger. In order not to follow in the footsteps of Demodocus and the others, the Lockley Council finally decided to agree to Dionia's harsh conditions and sent messengers out of the city to contact Helos. At this point, the war in Greece had ended. Other than Tarentum, the other hostile Greek city-states had been conquered by Dionia. The people of Tarentum had also received the news that the Syracuse army had surrendered to Dionia. At this time, they were already holed up in the city, surrounded by the Mapu alliance. The reason they could still understand the situation outside was because the sea route had not been blocked. That was the credit of Dionia. As the Dionia's fleet resolutely prevented the Mapu alliance's fleet from entering the Terno Bay, the Masapi and Pachetti did not dare to provoke Dionia at this time. They could only order the fleet to retreat. This way, Tarentum would retain the sea route to the outside world and the passage of goods. A large number of Tarentum citizens were imprisoned by Dionia. They could only rely on the old, weak and sick to resist the siege of the Mapu alliance. In such a dangerous situation, the reason why the people of Tarentum were still struggling and unwilling to agree to Dionia's request to become a free city of the alliance was not only because of their pride as a former strong nation, but also because of Sparta. They hoped that Sparta could make the greedy Dionia give up their attempt to annex Tarentum and release their loved ones to save Tarentum from imminent danger. At the beginning of March, the ship of the Sparta messenger, Chrysops, sailed straight across the edge of the Taranto Bay, around the land promontory of Crotone, and entered the port of Silatina. The Devers had been sitting in Silatina for more than 10 days. There were so many things to do that he was busy from morning to night. First was the negotiation with the rebels of Syracuse. Although he was not specifically involved in the negotiations, he had to pay attention to the progress of the negotiations and control the general direction. In the end, the peace agreement between the two sides was reached. Other than the amount of war reparations, the price of the captives' ransom, and some minor additions and deletions, the agreement basically achieved the goal of the Devers to weaken the strength of Syracuse, reduce its influence in Sicily, and protect the interests of Dionia in the east and central coast of Sicily. Pharisanius hoped to immediately send back the militia of Syracuse to defend the empty city of Syracuse. The Devers also hoped to send back the newly surrendered captives as soon as possible. Otherwise, with so many people staying in Greece, not only would it consume a lot of food, but they would also have to send a lot of guards. However, the two sides had diverged on two issues. The first was the thousands of mercenaries among the surrendered captives of Silatina. Pharisanius thought that they were all loyal dogs of Dionysius, and also targets that Herolas wanted to eliminate. To prevent any accidents, he did not want them to return. However, the Devers said, before the army of Syracuse surrendered, he made a promise, and he is not willing to go back on it. In addition, the Devers did not want to keep these mercenaries who had followed Dionysius for a long time and were used to killing and looting like bandits. Even though the rapidly expanding territory of Dionia urgently needed people to fill it, he was afraid that keeping these mercenaries would spoil the good atmosphere of Dionia. Right now, the war in Asia Minor and the Peloponnesus Peninsula was raging, and there were Greek refugees everywhere because of the war. Dionia would not lack Greek refugees who wanted land and a peaceful life. Therefore, he threatened Pharisanus that even if they did not agree, he would send these mercenaries back, and they would have to bear the consequences. Pharisanus was worried that the stubbornness of the people of Dionia would increase the uncertainty of Herolas and the others who already controlled Syracuse. He could only agree to pay the ransom for these former citizens and mercenaries, but requested that Dionia listen to his arrangements when sending them away. The Devers only cared that he had fulfilled his promise. As for whether these captives would become slaves or be executed when they returned to Syracuse, it was not his concern. The second disagreement was that Pharisanus hoped that Dionia would also release the people of Syracuse who had been captured in the previous battle. The Devers rejected this and said bluntly, "The war has caused serious damage to the homes of the people of Dionia, and the population has decreased sharply. Dionia needs these captives as laborers to help the people rebuild their homes. We will only consider releasing them after a year." Actually, this was only one of the reasons. The Devers did not mention the more important reason. He was more worried that if all the captives were released to Syracuse, Syracuse's strength would recover quickly, and the new leaders of Syracuse would have other ideas. With these hostages in hand, within a year, Dionia would be able to stabilize its rule in Magna Graecia and the east coast of Sicily with ease. Pharisanus argued several times, but to no avail. In the end, he had no choice but to add a clause to the agreement. During this year, the health and safety of the captives must be guaranteed. Of course, the content of the argument did not include the thousands of Syracuse captives that Dionia had sold to Carthage. Most of them were Syracuse's militia, not the poor people of the port who were sailors. During the negotiation with the Syracuse emissaries, the Devers also met with people from Rockley and High Hernion, preaching to them the benefits of joining the alliance of Dionia and dispelling their unease. At the same time, they observed the visitors and gathered information for the election of the senators of these two places in the future by the Senate. In addition, the Devers had to discuss with the Senate through letters about the management of the new territories occupied by Medma and Silatina's governor. At the same time, he also had to discuss with your chief general, his father-in-law, Attilius, about the matter of joining forces to attack Messina. Not only did the Devers not have any free time to rest, Secretary Hnepolis had to help the Devers write letters and copy documents every day until his hands were numb from all the writing. At this moment, Cheresops's ship entered the port of Silatina. The bustle of the port surprised Cheresops. He saw that every port was filled with empty-handed Syracuse people in thin clothes. They were escorted by Dionia soldiers onto the passenger ships. The fully loaded passenger ships left the port carefully, and under the protection of Dionia's warships, they headed south. Chapter 580. He remembered the last time he went to Turin, Dionia was still in danger under the threat of Dionysius's army. He did not expect that after a few months, the soldiers of Syracuse would need the consent of Dionia to return home alive. Everything happened so fast, it was like a dream. Callissippus pulled himself together and walked into the city. In this war, the people of Syracuse were either killed or sold, and there were not many left. But now, there were quite a lot of residents in the city. Not only the soldiers of the 2nd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th legions, but also the troops led by Helos and Hieronymus, who had conquered Rockley and its allies, had returned to Syracuse. Logically, the prisoners of Syracuse were being sent back in batches, and the troops of Dionia should also be disbanded in batches to relieve the pressure of logistics and labor shortage in the alliance. But the Devers considered that the war in Greece had just ended, and the people of the city-states that had surrendered were not yet convinced. They were afraid that there would be a change of heart, So they gathered a large number of troops in Syracuse, hoping to deter thieves, so that they could smoothly implement the series of plans that Dionia would implement to govern Greece. In addition, there was a special group in the city, and that was the group of nearly 1,000 engineers and craftsmen in the army of Syracuse. The Devers had been waiting for them for a long time, so when the army of Syracuse surrendered, he immediately ordered them to be protected. He did not hesitate to break his promise and did not include these people in the list of people to be released in the negotiations with Pharisanius. At the same time, he forced Pharisanius to agree to their request. Dionia's fleet would send their families over. The Devers also made various promises to these people, such as citizenship, land, a good research environment, and so on. Finally, they reluctantly kept these people. The soldiers of Dionia strolled along the streets in twos and threes, chatting with relaxed expressions on their faces. Even when they saw Callissippus, they only glanced at him curiously. They did not go up to the patrol captain leading the way, nor did they show the slightest bit of respect. It was as if they had seen an ordinary person. Even though Callissippus's attire was so distinctive, scarlet cloak, long hair, and thick beard, Sparta was the only one in Greece. Compared to a few months ago, when Callissippus went to Turin, the soldiers of Dionia were much calmer. Thinking of this, Callissippus felt that it was because they had defeated the powerful Syracuse that Dionia had become the overlord of Greece in the western Mediterranean, that they were no longer afraid of any Greek city. Thinking of this, Callissippus felt that this was the reason why the elders of Sparta had sent him to come to Dionia. He felt that he had a great responsibility. Most of the Dionic soldiers were gathered in the arena to participate in or watch the rugby match between the various corps organized by the senior team officers. The noise in the arena could be heard several blocks away. Although Callissippus was curious, he did not have the time to watch. He waited for more than 10 minutes. If it were any other Sparta emissary, he would have been furious. They would have thought that this was an insult to Sparta. Callissippus could still control himself, because he did see the visitors, which meant that the people of Dionia were not lying. They were not deliberately making things difficult for him. They just did not regard the emissaries of Sparta as the most important like the other Greek cities. Callissippus was still able to restrain himself because he had indeed seen the visitors, which meant that the Dionians were not lying and were not deliberately making things difficult for him. They were just not like the other Greek city-states who viewed the Spartan envoys as the most important. Callissippus could only endure it. After all, this was not Greece, not Ionia, not Asia Minor, but Greece, where Sparta's influence was weak, and Dionia, which had never been afraid of Sparta. Callissippus, it's nice to see you again. The deities showed enthusiasm when they saw him. They even said, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." A few generals of Corunna came, and it took me a lot of time. Corunna. Callissippus's heart skipped a beat. That was the city-state of the Southern Alliance. They first betrayed Dionia and went to Syracuse. Later, after Syracuse was defeated, they went back to Dionia. After Greece was almost conquered by Dionia, Callissippus could guess why this untrustworthy city-state sent an emissary here. He calmed himself down and said, "Deities, congratulations on defeating Dionysius and winning the war. Did Sparta send you here just to congratulate me?" The deities had a smile on his face, but he went straight to the point. "You have defeated Sparta's ally, Syracuse. You have also sent troops to Sicily and occupied some Greek city-states. The Sparta Council of Elders is concerned about the aggression shown by Dionia and sent me here to ask the Devers. King, do you know if Dionia is hostile to Sparta?" Callissippus stared at the Devers and said the last sentence in a deep voice. Callissippus's words made the Devers' expression turn serious. He said seriously, "I have told Phoebidas, who helped Dionysius to invade Greece, that as long as Sparta is not hostile to Dionia, Dionia is not hostile to Sparta. I have no interest in the land on the other side of the Adriatic Sea. Of course, Sparta is not hostile to Dionia. Sparta helped Syracuse because we had an alliance with Dionysius. When this alliance was established, Greece did not yet have the Dionysian alliance, so we had to act according to the oath made by Hercules. But from now on, Such a situation will not happen again. Callisops immediately declared solemnly, Sparta helped Syracuse because we had an alliance with Dionysius. The Devers immediately sensed something from Callisoppus's words. He raised his eyebrows. Sparta has given up on Dionysius? Callisoppus did not give a direct answer. Instead, he suggested, Devers, since both of us are not hostile to each other, do you think we should sign an agreement to prevent the two powerful city-states, Sparta and Dionia, from being dragged into a meaningless war because of unnecessary friction and conflict? Hinepolis, who rarely did not interrupt when the Devers received a guest, looked at Callisoppus and then at the Devers with an excited expression. Sparta has acknowledged Dionia as its equal and has taken the initiative to seek a peace agreement with Dionia. The Devers' expression remained calm. He did not even consider the so-called glory. He continued to ask, what kind of agreement? It had always been the other Greek city-states begging Sparta for agreements and alliances, and the elders of Sparta would propose all kinds of harsh conditions according to the situation to obtain benefits for Sparta. Callisoppus was not used to taking the initiative to seek an agreement and being forced to show his trump card first. However, the terrible situation that Sparta was facing had forced him to lower his head. Even though he felt aggrieved, he still had to put on a friendly face. Sparta hopes to sign a long-term peace agreement with Dionia. Both sides will maintain peace, not invade each other, and will not participate in the hostile actions of other city-states against each other. Callisoppus paused here. The Devers understood why Sparta made this proposal. It was probably because they were worried that Dionia would join the anti-Sparta alliance. It seemed that Sparta was not in a good situation. Callisoppus could not guess what the Devers were thinking when he saw that the latter's expression did not change. He took a deep breath and continued to state the conditions offered by the Elder Council. At the same time, Sparta will force Syracuse to accept a truce and compensate Dionia for the war. We also hope that Dionia will not force Syracuse and its allies too much and stop further encroaching on Syracuse's interests. After all, Sparta is Syracuse's ally and has been friendly for decades. Callisoppus paused and looked at the Devers again. The Devers' face was still expressionless, but the clerk next to him, Hinepolis, could not help but say, Syracuse has signed a peace treaty with us. Sparta, what right does Sparta have to interfere with Dionia's handling of the aftermath of this war? Callisoppus ignored Hinepolis. Seeing that the Devers were still silent, he continued. In addition, this time, Tarentum was instigated by Syracuse to launch a war against Dionia. They have been punished by the gods. Now, the aliens are besieging this great city, and the land of the Greeks is being occupied by them. Tarentum has realized the mistakes it has made before and is willing to pay a large amount of war reparations to Dionia in order to get your forgiveness. As the mother city of Tarentum, Sparta must protect this city that is connected to us by blood. I hope that Dionia can release the captives of Tarentum so that Tarentum can resist the attack of the aliens and become a barrier to the east of Greece again. At this time, the people of Sparta are actually concerned about the safety of Greece. Hinepolis sneered angrily when Dionysius led the army to invade Greece, burning, looting, and even slaughtering the people of the Silatorians. Why didn't the people of Sparta come out to dissuade them? Tarentum tore up the covenant and suddenly attacked the land of Dionia. Where were you people then? Callisoppus did not seem to hear these words and only said to the Devers, These are the terms of the peace negotiations that the Elders' Council of Sparta has drawn up after many discussions. The specific details need to be further negotiated with you, King of Devers. Chapter 581. Devers' words made Charisops very uneasy. He quickly said, These are the conditions Sparta prepared before the negotiation. You can also state your conditions first, and we will negotiate together. Charisops, Devers said coldly. Divers said coldly. Now that the war in Greece has subsided, the situation in Sicily is still considered stable for Dionia. I can mobilize more than 200 three-decker or warships and more than 50,000 soldiers at any time. If I lead this huge fleet and sail eastward, we can reach the Peloponnesus Peninsula in less than 3 days. Can Sparta stop us? Without waiting for Cherisops to answer, he said firmly, "No. Your fleet has been defeated by Conan's navy at Knidos, and now there are less than 100 warships left. They are holed up in Corinth Bay and do not dare to come out. They are no match for the Dionysian fleet. If a fleet of 50,000 soldiers landed on the coast of Messenia, can your army stop them?" Devers' lips curled up slightly. No. Most of Sparta's warriors were sent to Corinth, a few to Persia, and the rest to suppress the Helioists in the country. Even if Sparta can gather all their warriors, Dionia is not afraid. I believe that Dionia's large and elite legion can completely defeat the Sparta warriors that you are so proud of. As Divers spoke, he smashed his fist on the wooden table with extreme confidence. Dong! The sound of the punch made Caristhorpes, who had experienced countless life and death battles, tremble subconsciously. It was as if that punch had smashed on his heart. Of course, I don't need to put in so much effort. The expression on Devers' face suddenly became relaxed again. He softened his tone and said, "I only need the army to disperse Sparta's remaining troops in Messenia, block the Taygetos pass, and then support the Helioists. No, let the Messenians be independent and arm them. After that, I will withdraw the army. I don't need to consume too much food, and I don't need to fight too much. But can Sparta easily deal with the armed Messenians? No, you can't. Decades ago, when the Messenians rebelled, you suffered a lot. At that time, Sparta could do nothing about the rioting Messenians. They even begged the armies of Athens and other alliances to help them suppress the rioting Messenians. In the end, the chief general of Athens, Cimon, brought thousands of soldiers from Athens to Sparta to help. However, because of the different political systems and customs, they were suspected and wronged. The soldiers returned to their homeland in anger. When they told the people about what happened to them in Sparta, it triggered the anger of the people against Sparta. This led to the fall of the leader of the pro-Sparta faction, Cimon, and Pericles became the new leader of Athens. He served for decades and created the Golden Age of Athens. Even with the help of their allies, Sparta failed to wipe out the rioting Messenians. Instead, it caused the lives of the people in the country to be difficult. The Messenians were motivated and constantly rebelled. In the end, Sparta had to reach a compromise with the rebels and allowed them to leave Sparta's territory freely. That was a painful memory for the people of Sparta. However, the Devers were so relaxed that they wanted to repeat it again. How could Cleitharpes not be shocked? He forced himself to calm down and put on a stern expression. Is Dionia declaring war on Sparta? It's not that Dionia wants to do this. It's that Sparta is forcing Dionia to prepare for war, said the Devers in a low voice. Forcing Dionia? Cleitharpes acted as if he had heard a joke. He reminded them seriously, Sparta came to negotiate a friendly agreement with Dionia with sincerity. Syracuse destroyed so many Greek city-states in Sicily and forced the Sicilian city-states to listen to his orders. Yet, Sparta didn't stop him. Dionysius led his army to invade Great Greece, burning, killing, looting, and committing all kinds of crimes. Yet, Sparta didn't stop him. Now, Dionia has defeated Syracuse and wants to restore order to Great Greece and Sicily, restoring peace in this region. Yet, Sparta came to stop us. Is this the sincerity of Sparta? Said the Devers coldly, his tone gradually becoming heavier. Devers, listen to me, Cleitharpes still wanted to explain. What right does Sparta have to criticize Dionia, Great Greece, and Sicily? The Devers asked angrily, interrupting Cleitharpes' words like a sudden clap of thunder. With just a few thousand warriors, the tens of thousands of Peloponnesos's allies, and those random mercenaries, with a single order from me, I can gather more than 200 three-decker warships and 50,000 elite soldiers to attack the Peloponnesus Peninsula and tear Sparta's territory and allies into pieces. This way, the arrogant Sparta will understand how to respect a powerful country. This way, the greedy and selfish Sparta will understand that the Western Mediterranean Sea is not Peloponnesus's territory, and that no external forces are allowed to stir up trouble. Listening to the Devers' angry rebuke and watching the new king waving his arms forcefully, Cleitharps recalled what Phoebidas had said a long time ago in the Council of Elders when he requested to punish Dionia after his diplomatic mission to Dionia. Dionia is a city-state alliance that advocates force and is very aggressive. We must find a way to restrict it, or else it will bring us trouble in the future. It was not just trouble, it was the biggest threat. The Devers before him was like a grown lion. He no longer hid his claws and fangs, but roared at the former Overlord of Greece, waving his sharp claws and fangs. At this time, Cleitharps had calmed down. He had picked up some clues from Dives' rebuke. King Devers, since you are not satisfied with our terms, what are your terms? The Devers' anger was not directed at Cleitharps, but at the Sparta Council of Elders behind him. Hearing this, he felt that he had achieved his goal. He snorted coldly, but his anger did not subside, but he no longer roared. He said in a low voice, "The Greeks of the Western Mediterranean Sea can take care of our own affairs, and we don't need Sparta to interfere. If Sparta can understand this, I think Dionia will not be interested in the Greek affairs of the Eastern Mediterranean Sea. This is the basic condition for Dionia and Sparta to reach a peace agreement." Cleitharps was shocked by the ambition of the Devers. They actually wanted to share the Greek world of the Mediterranean Sea with Sparta. Although Sparta did not pay much attention to the Western Mediterranean Sea, they had supported Syracuse to help them watch over Sparta's backyard. As Syracuse grew stronger, Dionysius began to become less obedient. However, in the eyes of the ordinary Sparta warriors, Syracuse had always been the weakest party in the alliance and was dominated by Sparta. And now, Dionia had officially proposed to be on an equal footing with Sparta. Cleitharps stared blankly at the Devers. The Devers stared at Cleitharps with determination in their eyes. After a moment, Cleitharps said, "I understand what you mean. I'll relay your words to the Elder Council. I believe that the wise and far-sighted people will give us an answer soon." Yes, the war in the Western Mediterranean Sea is developing very quickly. I'm afraid that the situation will be completely different in a few days, so it's important to hurry up. The Devers' seemingly casual reminder made Cleitharps' heart tighten again. After seeing off the hurried Cleitharps, Hinepolis hurriedly asked with concern, "Your Majesty, will Sparta agree to your terms and negotiate according to them?" The Devers was not very sure about this, but he smiled and said, "The current Dionia is not afraid of Sparta, and there is no need to beg Sparta for anything. However, the current Sparta is different from us. I believe that after Cleitharps relays my threats to the Sparta will not be able to sleep for a long time. But even if the Sparta sign a friendly agreement with us, they will definitely bear a grudge against Dionia in their hearts." Hinepolis said worriedly, "Why don't we take advantage of the fact that Sparta is in a whirlpool of war and completely destroy them according to your plan, Your Majesty?" "Haha, Annie, I didn't know that you hate Sparta more than I do." The Devers laughed. "Your Majesty, I'm just worried about the future of Sparta." Hinepolis hurriedly argued. The Devers patted him on the shoulder and said confidently, "Don't worry, a city-state like Sparta will not have a future even if we, Dionia, don't need to do anything." Even though the Devers could not remember this period of history clearly, based on his in-depth understanding of Greece over the past few years, he knew that the conflict between Sparta and Corinth and Argos on the peninsula of Peloponnesus and Athens and Thebes in central Greece was irreconcilable, and the war between them would continue. Dionia had just ended its war with Syracuse, and it needed time to absorb new land. There was no need to poke the hornet's nest that was Sparta. Even if it was weakened, it would not do Dionia much good. Instead, it would create a better opportunity for other city-states in Greece, such as Athens and Thebes, to expand their territory. It was better to let them restrict and kill each other, so that Dionia would have more time to develop. As the Devers expected, after the Elder Council of Sparta received the report from Cleitharps, although they were angry on the surface, they were actually afraid. The army of Dionia in Great Greece was ready to go, but Sparta was unable to open up a new battlefield. Chapter 582. After half a day of discussion, they quickly redefined the terms of the negotiation and allowed Callisops to return to Greece. In the end, Dionia and Sparta signed the famous Treaty of the Two Kings, where the king of Dionia and the king of Sparta finally signed the treaty. The contents of the treaty were as follows. First, Sparta and Dionia would maintain peace, mutual non-aggression, and friendly exchanges. Second, with the Adriatic Sea as the boundary between the north and south, Sparta would regard the western Mediterranean Sea as Dionia's sphere of influence. They would not send any troops or warships into it, nor would they send envoys to form alliances with any city-states in the western Mediterranean Sea, nor would they incite or support other city-states to carry out hostile actions against Dionia. Similarly, Dionia would regard the area east of the Adriatic Sea as Sparta's sphere of influence. They would not send any troops or warships into it, nor would they enter into alliances with any other city-states in the eastern Mediterranean Sea, nor would they incite or support other city-states to carry out hostile actions against Sparta. Third, considering that Syracuse was still an ally of Sparta, Dionia promised not to infringe upon the territorial interests of Syracuse and not to force it to join the alliance of Dionia. However, Greece's Tarentum did not have any alliance relationship with Sparta. The conflict with Dionia was an internal matter of Greece. According to the second principle of the treaty, Sparta would not intervene. Fourth, the duration of the treaty was 10 years. After the expiration, if both parties had no objections, the treaty would be renewed. The agreement between Dionia and Sparta was not announced to the public. After all, the fact that both parties regarded other city-states as nothing and privately divided the Mediterranean Sea was too well known. It would not be good for either party if it was spread out. However, after Callisops signed the agreement, he made a special trip to Tarentum and announced to the Council of Sparta's decision. Sparta would not intervene in the affairs of Tarentum. When the generals and counselors of Tarentum heard this, they were grief-stricken. The council was filled with wails. 2 days later, Tarentum sent an envoy to Dionia, expressing his willingness to accept Dionia's conditions and become a free city of the alliance. After signing the agreement that Tarentum would be incorporated into the Dionia Union, the Thurii Senate began to release the Tarentum captives in batches as per the Devers' instructions. Why didn't he release them all at once? The Devers were mainly concerned that Tarentum had a precedent of breaking an alliance. They were afraid that it would suddenly go back on its words after getting the benefits. Moreover, the main forces of Dionia were still temporarily stationed in the Silatorians to deal with some post-war affairs in Greece with the Devers, so they could not return in time to deal with it. At the same time, the Devers also wanted Tarentum to suffer a little more. This would correct their arrogant character and make it easier to manage them in the future. After the failure of Dionysius's raid on the city of Syracuse, he once again returned to the island of Ortygia. Herolus pleaded with the First Legion of Dionia not to leave for the time being. They should be stationed at the Hexagate so that they could receive their assistance at any time. At the same time, Herolus reorganized the order in the city, formed a new defense force, and asked the First Legion to send a team of officers to guide the citizen soldiers of Syracuse in defending the walls of the isthmus. The failure of Dionysius caused the people of the port area to no longer remain neutral. They also sent troops to the city to accept Herolus's command. 10 days later, the new leadership of Syracuse, led by Herolus, who signed the peace treaty with Dionia, welcomed the first batch of Syracuse's militia from Greece back to Sicily. The people were moved to tears, and Herolus became more confident. Dionysius's actions of sending a small team of mercenaries to land on the coast of Syracuse gradually stopped. After another 7 or 8 days, the envoy of Sparta, Phoebidas, arrived at Syracuse. He officially recognized the new government of Syracuse and reaffirmed the alliance with Syracuse. With the support of both Dionia and Sparta, the new Syracuse regime finally made the hesitant Greek city-states on the south coast of Sicily finally decide to sever their ties with Dionysius. Instead, they sent messengers to Herolus to convey their goodwill. Dionysius was now completely isolated and without help. Although the rebels could not break through the sturdy barrier and kill their way into the island of Ortygia, it was basically impossible for him to recapture Syracuse. What worried him even more was the rapid depletion of food on the island. It was only enough for slightly more than a month. At this moment, Phoebus made a bold move. Disregarding the danger, he entered the island of Ortygia alone and had a frank conversation with Dionysius. In the end, with Phoebus's guarantee, Dionysius agreed to lead his family, his supporters, and 1,000 or so mercenaries away from the island of Ortygia to Sparta. At the same time, the Syracuse Council also agreed to provide 10 three-decker warships for free so that Dionysius could leave Sicily as soon as possible. Philistos saw Dionysius standing on the pier, gazing at Ortygia Island behind him for a long time. The entire fleet was ready and waiting for him, so he disembarked to persuade him. "Dionysius, let's go." "Philistos, my dear friend." Dionysius stood in front of him, his voice distant and distant. "I finally understand. The people of Syracuse, whether in times of peace or in times of war, are always constantly fighting amongst themselves, exhausting their own energy. They can't fully use their power to expand their territory and obtain more benefits for Syracuse. Yes, Dionysius, this is why I fully support you," Philistos said with a sigh, casually expressing the reason he followed Dionysius. "That's why I don't think Herolus can correct this bad habit of the people of Syracuse." Dionysius continued softly. "Herolus is too idealistic, often self-righteous, and tends to go to extremes. Unfortunately, he lacks courage and ruthlessness. He can't control Syracuse." When Philistos talked about his good friend who deceived him and imprisoned him, his tone was so calm that it was as if he was talking about a stranger. "In this chaotic world, we must use blood to intimidate the people and use strength to conquer the enemy. Herolus won't understand, and fortunately, he won't." A cold smile appeared on Dionysius's face as he pointed to the north of Ortygia Island. "Without me as their common enemy, I swear to Apollo that within half a year, Syracuse will be in civil strife, and that will be the time for us to return. The people are forgetful. When Syracuse loses its position as the overlord of Sicily, and the people of Syracuse are looked down upon by the foreigners, they will soon feel the cruelty of reality, and they will miss you. I even think that when that time comes, not only will they not resist you, they will even warmly welcome you into Syracuse." Philistos agreed with Dionysius's words and said seriously. This was also one of the reasons why they were willing to leave with Dionysius. "Ha ha, Apollo will protect us, just like he has protected us many times before." Dionysius smiled and turned around. Suddenly, he remembered something, and his face became gloomy again. "But Dionia is a big problem. We still need to specifically deal with it and discuss some countermeasures." The two discussed in a low voice as they boarded the ship. The bugles sounded, and the wooden oars hit the water. One ship after another left Ortygia Island, heading east. The news that Dionysius had left Sicily quickly spread throughout Syracuse, and the people in the city cheered. The burden that had been weighing on his heart was lifted, and Herolus felt light all over his body. From now on, he would lead the people to restore the prosperity of Syracuse, and he was full of confidence in himself. In the middle of the fleet that sailed towards Sparta was a large passenger ship. Dionysius, his followers, and his family were all on this ship. At this time, Dionysius, Philistos, Hipporinus, and Phoebus were chatting in the passenger cabin. "Now it seems that Dionia threatened to attack Rockley in order to lure us, Syracuse, into sending troops to Greece as soon as possible," Dionysius said with a sigh. "From what you said, you led the army to invade Greece. Or were you lured by Dionia?" Phoebus showed a trace of disdain. "Conquering Greece was indeed one of my goals." Dionysius, who was already in exile, was very honest at this moment. "But I overestimated the power of Syracuse and underestimated Dionia, especially the Devers. I thought that I had already attached great importance to that young man, but his military commanding ability still exceeded my expectations. I didn't expect him to be able to defeat the Samnite army that I instigated so quickly and return it to Lee. He used unique tactics to defeat my army on the sea and on the land." Philistos, I really should have listened to you and not rushed to attack Greece. Instead, I should have spent a few years to consolidate Syracuse's position as the overlord of Sicily, so that the people who are already tired of war can get enough rest. Then even if Greece loses the war, we can still defend Sicily. What's the point of saying all this now? We've all been driven out of the Western Mediterranean, Hipporinus said angrily. Of course it's useful. Dionysius had experienced the depression when he first left, but now he had regained his confidence. Learn from the experience and avoid making the same mistake next time. Didn't we do this back then? Every time we encounter a setback, we would become stronger and stand higher. That was how Syracuse became the overlord of Sicily in the end. Chapter 583. This was exactly what Phoebidas wanted. He had actually thought about this before. He said, after you won the Battle of Serene, you shouldn't have continued to attack Crotone as planned. Instead, you should have led your army to bypass Crotone and Turin. You should have landed near Heraclea and rendezvoused with Tarentum's army to capture Heraclea. While the main force of Dionia isn't in Turin, you should have led your army to invade Dionia's territory from the north. You don't have to worry about the defenseless Amendola and directly attack Turin. If the Dionysian army goes to battle, you can take the opportunity to annihilate them. If they're stubbornly defending, you can attack Turin. You can even successfully capture Ciudad Crotone. Now that you have Tarentum's army, taking Turin shouldn't be a problem. At the same time, you can also send a small number of troops to block the exit of the mountain road in the west, so that the main force led by the Devers can't return in time. The army is going to bypass Heraclea by ship. General Phoebidas, don't forget that the Dionysian fleet is in the estuary of the Crotone River. They will definitely rush to the sea to attack our fleet. Phoebidas objected. You are frightened by the raven warship of Dionia, aren't you? Phoebidas had a look of disdain on his face. I admit that Dionia's naval tactics are unique, but you have underestimated Dionia. You did not gather all your warships to fight, and even use my plan. The navy of Syracuse and Tarentum's warships are 3 times the number of Dionia's fleet. The final winner of this battle will definitely be you. By that time, Syracuse will control the coast and capture Turin. Even if the Devers lead their army back to Dionia, they will ultimately face a fragmented alliance. General Phoebidas's plan is good, but it's based on the fact that we already know the characteristics of the Dionysian fleet and how the Devers could defeat the 50,000-strong Simonians in such a short time. In addition, the Devers are too good at commanding in the field. Our army can't fight them head-on at all. But the truth is, we were confident that Dionia, which is obviously weaker than Syracuse, would not be able to stop our attack at sea or on land. That's why Syracuse's army went all the way north. Phoebidas retorted. Dionysius nodded slightly. Actually, according to my initial suggestion to Dionysius, Syracuse should not have sent their army to Greece to rescue Locri. Instead, they should have allowed the southern Italian coalition to besiege Locri. With our naval support, Locri would not be breached. Then, while Locri was holding back the southern Italian coalition, Syracuse's fleet would cut off the sea trade of Dionia, Crotone, and other city-states in the western Mediterranean Sea. With the national strength of Dionia, I'm afraid that it would not last for half a year before it would have to withdraw its army from Locri. After that, we could focus all our forces on attacking Liguum. It is the closest to Sicily, but far from Dionia. Just the transportation of food would be a huge problem, and we would have to go around the territories of Locri and its allies. That would be another big problem. It's hard to say if Dionia could withstand such a huge expenditure. Even if the Devers really came with their army, we could leave by ship at any time. After going back and forth a few times like this, I'm afraid that Dionia would not dare to send reinforcements to Liguum. As long as we take down Liguum, not only will we have complete control over the Strait of Messina, we will be able to collect more war funds, and we will be able to unite the forces of Sicily and Locri without any worries. Then, when we carry out your original plan, Dionysius, Dionia will eventually be dragged down by the powerful strength of Syracuse. Philistos gushed endlessly, finally settling one of the regrets in his heart. Phoebidas did not get angry. He thought about it carefully and reminded Syracuse's fleet. The way I see it, Dionia is worried about Syracuse's powerful navy, so it'll probably let its fleet defend the coast of Tulich. Even if it goes south in the end, they don't have actual combat experience. Also, they're not familiar with the sea, so we'll be able to discover the weakness of the Raven warship earlier, so we won't be caught off guard. Philistos explained. Good, good. Phoebidas, Philistos, your plan is great. If I followed your plan back then, I would not have been chased out of Sicily today. Sigh. Dionysius looked regretful. He then changed the topic. However, these methods will no longer work against Ionia in the future. I heard that Dionia not only annexed Locri and its allies, but also Tarentum. They even obtained Messina and occupied the Catania plains in Sicily. To the north of Dionia, the powerful Simonians have already submitted to them. Now, Dionia has many regions such as Lucania, Magna Graecia, Bruttii, and the east-central coast of Sicily. Not only does their land area far surpass that of Syracuse, their strength is also much stronger than before. If they are given a few more years of stable development, they will definitely become the most powerful force in Greece. When that time comes, not only will Syracuse have no choice but to submit to them, but even Sparta, Athens, Thebes, and other powerful Greek states will have to seek their opinions before doing anything. Dionysius said casually, but his eyes were fixed on Phoebidas. Phoebidas sat expressionlessly, but Dionysius knew that he must have listened to him, so he was prepared to say a few more words. As long as Sparta had enough fear of Dionia, then Sparta would definitely try its best to hinder Dionia's development. This way, the possibility of him returning to Syracuse would increase. At this time, his subordinate walked into the cabin. Master, the fleet has passed the Adriatic Sea and is approaching Kigyra Island. Hearing this, Phoebidas had mixed feelings. Sparta was about to arrive. Order the fleet to sail southeast to Crete. Dionysius's voice made him turn his head in shock. Dionysius, you're not going to Sparta? Yes, I've changed my mind. I'm going to Cyrenaica. Dionysius smiled mysteriously. Phoebidas could not sit still anymore. He shouted, You promised me that you'd go to Sparta with me. I've already sent someone to inform the Elder Council. Dionysius pointed at Phoebidas and asked angrily, Sparta once promised me that you'd support me, Dionysius, for a long time, and now you're supporting the rebels. How can I trust you? Phoebidas was speechless. Perhaps Dionysius had been holding it in for a long time. Both of them glared at each other like two bulls. After a while, Phoebidas asked in a low voice, Dionysius, are you sure you're not going to Sparta? Phoebidas, all these years in Syracuse, I've never made a decision easily. Every decision I make can affect the life and death of a large number of people. Going to Cyrenaica is an important decision I've made. Dionysius answered proudly. At this moment, he displayed the dignity of a tyrant of a city. Phoebidas's face was livid. He threatened, Dionysius, you'll regret this decision. After that, he turned and walked out of the cabin. Sparta gave up on me and chose Herolas. You'll regret this decision in the future. Dionysius shouted angrily behind him. Dionysius, we don't need to provoke Sparta at this time. Hipporinus looked worried. Dionysius discussed it with me. Sparta is at war now. If we go to Sparta, it's very likely that the 2,000 mercenaries we lead will be forcibly conscripted into war. The large amount of money we take with us will also be used as military expenditure. Our movements in Sparta will also be restricted by them. They won't allow us to prepare for our return to Syracuse. A few years ago, the king of Cyrenaica was just overthrown. Now the nobles are in power, but the ruling families have conflicts with each other, so the political situation is not stable. Moreover, there are frequent conflicts with the local Libyans. If we bring 2,000 mercenaries to Cyrenaica, not only will we not be restricted, we will also become the target that they will fight to recruit. This will be beneficial to our development. Phoebidas explained in detail. On Ortygia, I promised Phoebidas to go to Sparta just to confuse the people of Sparta. Now, the entire fleet, including the helmsmen, are my trusted slaves. Even the sailors are my trusted mercenaries. Phoebidas and his dozen or so Sparta warriors can't stop us at all. When we reach Cyrenaica, I will send someone to send him safely back to Sparta." The hatred on Dionysius's face had yet to fade. He slapped the wooden chair and sighed helplessly. "Sparta betrayed us. Based on my temper, I would have sacrificed Phoebidas's head to Apollo. But we still need Sparta's help in the future." As the three of them sighed, "Daddy, Daddy," accompanied by a crisp cry, a 4-year-old child stumbled into the cabin. "Little Dio, don't run around." A teenage boy chased after him and entered the cabin. Dionysius picked up his son and asked in a pleasant tone, "Little Dio, do you miss Daddy?" I'm playing hide-and-seek with brother Dionysius." Dionysius turned around and pointed at the boy. "Brother-in-law." Dionysius greeted him respectfully. Chapter 584. "Dion, I heard that you've saved us a lot of trouble by organizing the kids to play games these days. Well done." Dionysius praised. "I can't help you with your business. I can only do what I can to help you," Dion said in a tone that was neither humble nor arrogant. "What a good do what you can." Dionysius praised loudly. He turned to his father-in-law and said, "I think in 20 years, Dion will become an outstanding minister of Syracuse." Hipporinus, who was usually serious, cracked a smile. "Minister?" Philistos curled his lips imperceptibly. "Stop! You can't go in." The guard shout came from outside the door. Dionysius's heart skipped a beat. He was about to ask who it was when he heard the sound of fighting outside. Angry roars and miserable screams reached the ears of everyone in the cabin. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Hipporinus quickly shielded the 2 kids behind him. "I'll go out and see what's going on," Philistos said nervously. "No need. Megicles should be here with the mercenaries by now. It's not that easy to threaten me, Dionysius." Dionysius was still relatively calm, but his expression was extremely unsightly. He had roughly guessed who the attacker was, and his heart was like a raging storm. With a loud bang, the cabin door was kicked open. Little Dionysius was so scared that he started crying. Dionysius, Philistos, and Hipporinus turned pale. They saw a Sparta warrior in a scarlet cloak, with long hair, a thick beard, and covered in blood, rushing into the cabin with a shield and spear in hand. Dionysius and Philistos looked at each other with shock written all over their faces. When he saw the mastermind also step into the cabin, Dionysius roared angrily, "Phoebidas, what is the meaning of this?" "That's what it means." Phoebidas's eyes were cold. In front of him, 5 or 6 Sparta warriors were in combat positions, pointing their spears at them. The mature Dion had never seen such a terrible scene. His hand, that was holding his father's hand, was trembling. I said I won't go to Sparta. Are you going to force me?" Dionysius screamed, trying his best to suppress the fear in his heart. "I never said I would take you to Sparta." Phoebidas's cold words sent a chill down their spines. "Phoebidas, you swore to Hercules that you would send us safely out of Sicily to where we want to go." Phoebidas anxiously reminded him. "Sparta is the overlord of the Greek city-states, the bloodline of Hercules, always an example to all Greeks. Do I have to go against my oath?" "I didn't." Phoebidas showed a smug smile, which made his whole face look a little strange. "I promised to send you to Sparta safely, but you refused to go to Sparta. So, of course, this oath doesn't exist anymore. So you had a plan all along." Dionysius suddenly realized. "Weren't you planning to lie to me from the beginning?" Phoebidas sneered. After the initial shock and fear, Dionysius regained some of his calmness. He asked, "Even if I didn't want to go to Sparta and went against the will of the Elder Council, you wouldn't have to use your spears against me. Why?" Phoebidas looked at him and didn't answer him directly. Instead, he showed a look of understanding and smiled. "I know you were stalling for time, waiting for the mercenaries to come and save you." Phoebidas's calm expression made Dionysius feel that something was wrong. "Megicles!" Phoebidas shouted. Soon, the figure of the mercenary leader appeared at the cabin door. Dionysius and the others looked pale. Compared to going to a remote place to suffer and not enjoy a good life, they are more willing to follow Sparta to win glory and land. Phoebus said proudly. But, Megicles, are you stupid? Sparta is poor and can't afford to pay you. But we can. If you think the money is too little, we can increase it. Hipporinus shouted in exasperation, trying to change Megicles' mind. Phoebus laughed. Sparta doesn't have money, but you do. Those cargo ships are full of silver coins. The mercenaries have been eyeing them for a long time. The situation was critical. Dionysius finally lowered his proud head and begged in a low voice, Phoebus, for the sake of our past friendship, let us go. You can take the silver and gold coins as well as those warships and cargo ships, as long as you let us go. Let us go. Believe me, I can retake Syracuse and provide greater help to Sparta's hegemony. Phoebus stared at him. After a moment, he said in a low voice, I am sorry, Dionysius. I am only acting according to the orders of the Elder Council. Why? Why? You know that the people of Heroles can't control Syracuse at all. They can't even deal with a more powerful Dionia. Only me. Only I can suppress the expansion of Dionia. I can help you stabilize the Western Mediterranean. Dionysius lost control of his emotions and roared. His ferocious expression frightened little Dionysius even more. Sparta has signed a long-term friendship agreement with Dionia. Although this matter was not allowed to be made public, Phoebus felt that it did not matter if they heard it. One of the terms is to take your life, Dionysius. So that's how it is. Devers who should go to Hades. Dionysius was completely disheartened. Suddenly, he felt his legs go weak. His body swayed a few times, and he fell to the ground. Woo, woo, woo. Dad, brother-in-law, Dionysius. These concerned voices entered his ears and made him feel extraordinarily warm. In the past, he was obsessed with his hegemony and did not pay attention to these things. Looking at his son with tears on his face, the trembling door, Philistos who was forcing himself to be calm, and Hipporinus who was pale, he suddenly turned to Phoebus and said, Phoebus, you can kill me and give my head to the Devers. But I think the agreement you signed must not include my family and my friends. So please let them go. Even if they have to follow you to Sparta. Dionysius, my best friend. Philistos shouted emotionally. Dionysius raised his hand to stop him from speaking and said in a low voice, Feli, I'm afraid I'll have to leave my family in your care. Philistos' eyes were filled with tears as he nodded hesitantly. The agreement does only require your life. Phoebus said, but in order to convince the mercenaries, I agreed to Megicles' request. What request? Dionysius was shocked again as he looked at Megicles, who had his head lowered. At this moment, Megicles had already raised his head, and his face that was usually respectful and flattering was now filled with ruthlessness. Lord Dionysius, every time you ordered us to massacre a city, you would clearly remind us to not let any of our enemies go, lest they cause trouble for Syracuse in the future. Today, I am doing as you instructed. Dionysius did not expect that what he had done over the years would be repaid to his family. At this moment, he had no time to repent to the goddess of vengeance. He took a few steps on his knees and begged, Megicles, you know how I have treated you mercenaries all these years. Not only do I pay you handsomely, but I also give you land and treat you far better than I treat my own brothers. I trust you so much, and this is how you repay me. Think about it. When you first came to Sicily, you didn't even have enough to eat every day. Phoebus was a little impatient with Dionysius's emotional narration. He glanced at Megicles and said, Decide what to do as soon as possible. Megicles looked at Dionysius, who was kneeling helplessly on the ground, and what came to his mind was that after the tyrant repelled Carthage's army, he immediately broke his promise and ordered Megicles to lead the mercenaries to arrest 127 families of the Democrats and their relatives and friends who wanted to oust him. Dionysius did not hesitate to issue an order to execute them regardless of their age or gender, and it was Megicles who executed it. At that time, Dionysius's cold eyes were firmly imprinted in his heart. We are not those Syracuse Democrats who lost their lives because of stupid compromises. Megicles made up his mind and immediately shouted, "Brothers, do it!" A dozen heavily armed mercenaries rushed into the cabin. Seeing this, Phoebus said, "Let's go." The Sparta warriors crowded around him and retreated out of the cabin. He did not want to see Dionysius killed with his own eyes, and he did not want the warriors of Sparta to be stained with the blood of Dionysius and his family. Unexpectedly, the desperate Dionysius jumped up, and a mercenary who had just rushed and was caught off guard, and the spear in his hand was snatched away by him. Holding the spear, he quickly retreated and protected the little Dionysius behind him. At the same time, he laughed like a night owl. Phoebus, Sparta thinks that everything is safe after signing a peace treaty with Dionia. Bah! I bet that in less than 30 years, Sparta will be destroyed by the growing Dionia. By then, there will be no more Sparta in the world, and I will wait for you in Inferno. Megicles, if you betray me today, the people of Sparta will abandon you tomorrow. The people of Sparta will even deceive me, let alone you lowly mercenaries. Phoebus's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that Dionysius was still trying to sow dissension in the face of such a disaster. At this time, Megicles subconsciously looked at him. Phoebus immediately shouted, "What are you waiting for? Kill them now." "Yes, yes." Megicles immediately gave the order. More than a dozen mercenaries rushed forward with shields and spears. It was not something that Dionysius could resist. He was shot 3 times and fell to the ground. In his dying moment, the screams of his son and friends could no longer stir up the ripples in Dionysius's heart. In a trance, he saw his respected teacher, the great commander of Syracuse, Hermocrates, who defeated the army of Athens and Carthage, and Hermocrates' daughter, his most beloved wife, both smiling at him. He stretched out his hand happily. At this time, the new king of Dionia, the Devers, led the first batch of troops to return to Thurii, passed through the triumphal arch in the city, and headed to the Victory Square. The road was crowded with people on both sides. They threw petals and waved ribbons, cheering excitedly for the warriors who saved the alliance and protected their homeland. The carriage pulled by 4 white horses stopped at the west side of the square, under the steps of the Grand Assembly Hall. The Devers walked up the platform steadily. "Your Majesty," the elders led by Cunigarata and Cornelis saluted respectfully. "You have worked hard." The Devers returned the salute and turned to face the square. Before he could speak, there was a wave of cheers from the audience. "Long live the King of Devers! Long live the Alliance of Dionia!" Note 1. Dionysius. According to history, Dionysius died in 367 BC. He won the first prize in a Greek poetry competition. In order to celebrate his victory, he drank to his heart's content. As a result, he suffered from a fever due to excessive alcohol consumption. The doctor prescribed him a sedative and hypnotic drug. After he took the drug, he fell into a deep sleep and never woke up. Hence, there was a saying that he was poisoned by the doctor. After conquering Sicily, he waged war against Greece several times. He conquered Toulon, destroyed the cities of Corunna and Hiernion, and occupied Crotone. He also instigated the Lucanians to attack the Thurii territory, but they were repelled by the Thurii. However, the Thurii led a large army to counterattack the Lucanian territory, and the entire army was annihilated. This was the event described in the 2nd volume of this article, but it happened more than 10 years earlier. In the end, the weakened Thurii surrendered to Syracuse. After Dionysius conquered Greece, he then focused his attention on the Adriatic Sea. He built many colonial cities on the east and west coasts of the Adriatic Sea, attempting to make the Adriatic Sea the inner lake of Syracuse. Among these colonies was Ancona, as we know it, and Hadrian, the forerunner of Venice. At the height of Syracuse's power, its direct rule included most of Sicily and the southern part of the Italian peninsula, with a population of about 2 million. In Greece, many knowledgeable people even put Syracuse and Persia on the same level, believing that they were a threat to Greece. During several Olympia Games, there were many scenes of Greek people besieging the Syracuse athletes' camp, protesting, and even clashing with them. Of course, this was also related to Dionysius and the mercenaries robbing the Delphi sanctum, although they did not succeed in the end. In the latter half of Dionysius's life, he had been fighting with Carthage, who had recovered his strength, and he lost more than he won, which limited the further expansion of Syracuse. For this reason, Dionysius even transferred his hatred to Carthage's ally, Rome. In 390 BC, the Gauls of northern Italy went south and attacked the Etruscans. Under the instigation of Dionysius, they defeated Rome's reinforcements and continued to accelerate south, crossed the Tiber River, and captured the city of Rome. This became one of the most painful memories in the history of Rome. It could be seen that Dionysius was very good at dealing with foreign races, so it was not surprising that he incited the Simonians to go against Ionia in this article. Dionysius had groundbreaking political wisdom. He implemented different ways of ruling the areas under his jurisdiction according to the different conditions of each area, which was very similar to the later system of Rome. He subdivided the army and carried out professional training, which later benefited the Macedonians a lot. He was very temperate in his living habits and strictly restricted his children's misdeeds, but his rule of the people of Syracuse was indeed very strict. Perhaps it was because his mentor and father-in-law, Hermocrates, was deceived and killed by the Democrats of Syracuse, and his wife was raped to death by the mob. He was seriously injured and luckily escaped by hiding in a pile of corpses. These tragic experiences in his early years had caused his temperament to change greatly. Dionysius was a complicated historical figure, and he hoped that the description could be 1/10 of this ambitious and ruthless person. 2. Dion. He was a famous historical figure written by the famous historian of ancient Rome, Plutarch, into the biographies of famous people in Rome. According to the time in the book, he should be less than 10 years old, and little Dionysius had not been born yet. The author forced the two of them to show up at the last moment, because there would be no more chances after that. As the prime minister of the next tyrant of Syracuse, Dionysius was specially trained by Dion. He was also sent to Athens to study. Plato was his teacher, and the two of them had a deep friendship. Perhaps influenced by the democratic atmosphere in Athens, while he was trying his best to assist little Dionysius, he also hoped that the young tyrant could be more democratic and wise, so he invited Plato. Plato used virtues to educate little Dionysius, hoping to cultivate a philosophy king. But not long after, little Dionysius grew tired of the two of them, and because of the persuasion of others, he invited back Philistos, who had been banished to Hadrian for many years. As soon as the wily Philistos returned, he made it clear that Plato and Dion's methods were not suitable for Syracuse. After some of his manipulations, little Dionysius even suspected that the two of them had ulterior motives. Plato returned to Athens resentfully, and Dion was also expelled from Syracuse. A few years later, he led his army back to Syracuse and overthrew the tyrant's rule. When a newly established council wanted to democratically elect a general, he believed that centralization of power was the only way to be efficient, and any city-state decision had to be approved by him. Therefore, his obstinacy caused the chaos in Syracuse to not be pacified. In the end, he died in the riot, and the strength of Syracuse was greatly damaged, and it went into decline. I feel that he is a bit like Yeltsin. I don't understand why Plutarch chose him and not other more famous figures who had a greater impact on ancient Greek history, such as Epaminondas. Was it because Dion advocated democracy and carried out a coup? 3. Herolas. In the information that I have gathered, there is very little information on this historical figure. I only know that in the early days, he was a supporter of Dionysius, and later he opposed Dionysius's dictatorship. This can be seen from his later famous phrase, "The power of a monarch is nothing more than a gaudy shroud." Before Dionysius's large-scale invasion of Greece, he escaped from Sicily and united the various city-states in Greece to form an allied army to defend Greece. As a citizen of Syracuse, he actually became the commander-in-chief of the allied army. I don't understand why an outsider would become the commander-in-chief of Greece. Was it because he was famous? Or was it because choosing a general from another city-state would cause conflict, and everyone would accept him? Herolus led the allied army to invade Syracuse's army, and he was in the vanguard, at the forefront of the army. He didn't send scouts or spies to patrol the battlefield in advance. Under the circumstances where he didn't know the exact location of the enemy, he rashly advanced. As a result, near Cirium, he was attacked head-on by the well-prepared Syracuse army. Herolus wasn't afraid at all. While he stubbornly resisted, he also sent messengers to inform the troops behind him to hurry over as soon as possible. Thus, the allied army continuously entered the battle with a fueling tactic and was defeated wave after wave by Dionysius. Herolus died in battle, and the strongest armed force in Greece was forced to surrender. Greece could no longer stop Dionysius's ambition to conquer. Sometimes, the author really suspected that Herolus was a traitor. His military command was too lousy. Therefore, everyone could understand that it was very likely that Diomedes, the consul of Tarentum, was easily ambushed by the allied army of Mecca and Prussia. This was because the commanding ability of many Greek city-states in this era was indeed very poor, and their tactics were also backward. In order to increase the excitement of the war, the author also deliberately raised their level. Otherwise, the Dionysian army formed by Devers using the advanced military theories of his previous life would be, for Phaedon, many readers probably didn't remember who this name was. Phaedon was the general of Lygum. Why specifically mention him? For he is one of only two persons, the other being Urchita, whose name is recorded in the history of this period in Magna Graecia, which the author has collected. Some people would ask, what about Cunigarata and Cornelis? These were all fictional characters by the author. It could be seen that there were too few historical records of this period in Greece. There weren't many records about Phaedon. It was only known that after the allied army of Greece was defeated, he still led the army of Lygum to fight against Dionysius, and he fought again and again. He was tenacious and caused a lot of trouble for Dionysius. Therefore, after the city of Lygum was breached, Dionysius killed his entire family, including his relatives and friends. He could be considered to have killed the 3 tribes. All right, that's all for the nonsense. I suspect that I'm trying to cheat the word count, but I've collected so much information about Sicily and Greece. At the end, this summary should be worth some money, huh? Chapter 585. In the year 393 BC, on June 1st, after the Great Greek War had completely subsided, countless people of Dionia flocked to Thurii, the center of its confederation, to witness the official coronation of the Devers in front of the Temple of Hades. At that moment, the whole city was in an uproar. Since then, the Confederation of Dionia had changed its name to the Kingdom of Dionia, and King Devers had declared that he would change the chaotic way of counting the years in Greece, and that the year of his coronation would be the first year of the Kingdom of Dionia. Time flew by, and soon it was the 10th year of Dionia. That was 383 BC. The weather was very hot in August, but the tax officer of Prospero in the city of Naxos, Galadmus, was still running around in the fields. In order to reconfirm the land owned by each household and the growth of the crops, he roughly estimated the amount of land tax that each household in the area should pay after the autumn harvest. The tax paid by the citizens of Dionia could be in kind, such as wheat, olive oil, grapes, or gold and silver coins. This required the tax officer not only to have a strong calculation ability, but also to be familiar with the prices of commodities in the market. Moreover, it was necessary to arrange sufficient manpower during the tax collection to avoid mistakes. Therefore, during those few days, not only would the officers of the various demos dispatch their civil servants to assist the tax collectors, but they would also summon the accountants and scribes registered in their respective jurisdictions and hand them over to the tax collectors to command. Galadmus was able to become a tax officer because he had successfully completed 3 levels of elementary, middle, and high school in the most famous school of Thurii and graduated with excellent grades in mathematics. The scholars who had graduated from the School of Mathematics in Dionia hoped that he could enter the school and continue his studies, but he insisted on living independently as an adult as soon as possible. Therefore, he easily passed the tax officer selection exam, which was known as one of the 2 most difficult examinations in the Kingdom of Dionia. The other examination was the judge selection exam, which was famous for requiring memorization of a large number of legal provisions and careful logical thinking. After 2 years of busy work as a tax officer trainee and assistant, he once again officially became a junior tax officer of Dionia with excellent performance and was assigned to Naxos in Sicily by the Ministry of Finance of the kingdom. This was already his second year working here, and he was only 24 years old. It could be said that he had a bright future ahead of him. The region of Prospero governed 5 villages. Although it was located in the middle reaches of the Alcantara River and near the foot of Mount Etna, the terrain was not too flat. The land was more fertile due to volcanic ash, so the population was not small. There were a total of 452 households, 1,822 people, and 2,680 acres of arable land. After Galadmus became tax officer of Prospero, he went from village to village and spent half a year to thoroughly understand the situation of the fields in the area. Naturally, the tax officer of Prospero and the tax officers of Prospero also had detailed records. The tax officer of Prospero. The tax officer of the Prospero also. However, Galadmos was a very serious person. He always wanted to confirm it with his own eyes. Therefore, he did not get along very well with agronomist Galadmos. "Sir, drink some water. The weather is too hot." One of the tax officers who followed him picked up a leather bag filled with water and said while wiping his sweat, "Over the years, Dionia schools have been established in most cities in the kingdom. Many citizens who wanted to work in the public service would study in school. After their literacy, writing, and arithmetic skills have been greatly improved, they would then take the examinations for the public service of various departments. Citizens who could not pass the official examination could also take the secondary examination and serve as petty officials. Depending on their years of service and performance, they still had the chance to be promoted to the official position. The 2 tax officers who followed Galadmus were local citizens. They worked as tax officers during the slack season and received a certain salary. During the busy season, they had to go back home to farm. In fact, they worked part-time. The kingdom of Dionia relied on these part-time petty officials to support the management of the entire kingdom at the lowest level. Therefore, every official who officially took up the public service of the kingdom would be warned by their superiors during their probation period to respect the petty officials under them. Otherwise, they would not be supported, and it would be difficult for them to complete the tasks assigned by their superiors. "Thank you, Gabrielnus." Galadmus thanked him, took the leather bag, and drank a mouthful of water. He immediately felt that his dry throat was moisturized. "There's nothing to thank me for. I should thank you for helping me solve some math problems during this period." Gabrielnus was eager to take the tax officer examination next year, so he had been studying hard during this period. Galadmus smiled and handed the leather bag back to him. "Finally, there's the last household left. After we finish checking, we can return to Majero." The other tax officer, Cabanax, urged him politely. He was 10 years older than Galadmus. When he was young, he experienced the turbulent period when Naxos was destroyed. Coupled with his old age, he was not as ambitious as his colleagues. He only hoped that he could always farm and collect taxes like now, and live a fulfilling and peaceful life. It would be even better if he could get an excellent in the year-end examination, which meant honor and more rewards. He had only gotten such a situation once last year, and he understood that it was all thanks to Galadmus. Looking at the situation this year, the tax office of Prospero, which they were responsible for, was likely to be rewarded again. Therefore, although it was tiring to follow the young tax officer, he was happy to listen. The last household. Galadmus looked ahead with mixed feelings. The owner of the last household was not simple. He was the senator of the kingdom's senate, Laodigian. Laodigian was originally from a prestigious family in Naxos. When Dionysius was the usurper of Syracuse, he went into exile in Lygium. Later, he followed the first legion of Dionia to Sicily and served as one of the leaders of the exiles of Naxos. He made great contributions to Dionia's final defeat of Syracuse and the acquisition of the Catania Plain. Later, Naxos was incorporated into Dionia, and Laodigian became the senator of Dionia because of his contributions and influence in Naxos. He also married his daughter to the then First Legion commander of Dionia, a powerful member of the Senate of Dionia and a confidant of the king of Devers, Antonios. Laodigian became a senator and moved to Turiae, but he did not sell his home far away in Naxos because there were 5 acres of land given to him by the alliance. He also bought the land in Naxos from the soldiers of the Legion through his connections with Antonios. The land in Naxos was rewarded for their military exploits. The land was not allowed to be bought or sold, but the land that was rewarded later on could be bought or sold. This was due to the distance, and the owner could not take care of the land and had to sell it. For example, the soldiers living in Turiae or Amendola were given land in Sicily. It would take nearly 3 days to travel by boat, not to mention to take care of the land there. They would have to send a confidant slave to work there all year round, which was laborious and troublesome. Therefore, they could only sell the land to the citizens of Dionia. Of course, the war 10 years ago allowed Dionia to obtain enough empty land in Greece. Most of the land that the soldiers of the Legion were rewarded with was in Greece. For some soldiers of the Legion who performed well, they were rewarded with 1 or 2 acres of land in Sicily. These lands are not cheap to buy or sell, but Laodigian was rich. If it were not for the officials of the Ministry of Agriculture who were in charge of the land sales and supervision of the land transfer, who found out that Laodigian had pushed the price of the land too high and bought too much land, Laodigian would have owned more than 78 acres of land in Naxos. Last year, after Galadmos took up his post in Naxos, he had some conflicts with the Laodigian family. This was because, as a conscientious person, he discovered that the previous tax collector of Prospero's land had been collecting too little tax from the Laodigian family. Originally, most of the family's farmland was halfway up the mountain, and it was relatively difficult to get water to irrigate the farmland. Therefore, when the initial tax amount was set, most of the family's farmland was classified as middle and lower grade farmland, so the land tax was relatively low. However, after investigation, Galadmos found out that 8 years ago, Naxos had built a large water wheel by the Alcantara River. From then on, the river water could easily irrigate all of the Laodigian family's farmland, solving the water problem. The harvest of the farmland on the mountainside was even better than the farmland on the plains, but the family's land tax was still collected at the same rate every year. The key point was that the water wheel was not built with the Laodigian family's own money. Instead, it was built at public expense, as suggested by the Naxos Council to the city governor. Therefore, Galadmos believed that not only should the Laodigian family's farmland be reassessed, but they should also pay the tax they owed in the past few years. When Galadmos informed the Laodigian family of this decision, it immediately caused a huge uproar. Not only did the family refuse to pay more tax, but the butler who stayed behind also made various efforts to pressure the council to criticize the tax office for collecting arbitrary fees. Even the people in the village were stirred up, protesting that the new tax collector was too strict and oppressed the Sicilians. In fact, when Galadmos collected taxes, he weighed the wheat and other crops too carefully and was not allowed to be short of weight, which made it impossible for Galadmos to collect taxes. Moreover, Galadmos' direct superior, the middle-level tax collector of Naxos, was worried that his future would be affected if he discovered this mistake. At the same time, the good friends he had made in Naxos in recent years also put in a good word for the Laodigian family. This caused the tax collector not only to harshly criticize Galadmos many times, but also to reject his proposal to revise the Laodigian family's taxes and make them pay the arrears. Chapter 586. When the Devers led the mercenaries to recapture the city of Amendola, Galadmos, who was only 15 years old, had to support the family on his own due to the death of his parents. He did not choose to be adopted and lost the opportunity to have a backer. However, there were not many Amendolan males who survived the Lacanian invasion, and the next generation of Amendolan citizens who held public office and performed well were even fewer. Fearing that Amendolan would lose its influence in the kingdom in the future, the senators of Amendolan, like Strompoli, Scambras, and Cornelis, had always taken care of and protected the next generation. Alcines, who unfortunately died young, Melisanda, and Galadmos were the ones they paid attention to. However, Although the current governors of the kingdom cities were much more powerful than when the alliance was first established, there were still 2.5 officials in every city that they did not have jurisdiction over. Tax collectors, regardless of whether they were junior or mid-level, were directly under the kingdom's Ministry of Finance, under the jurisdiction of the Minister of Finance, and were directly responsible to the king. The other was the judge, who was appointed by the kingdom's Supreme Court to each city. Regardless of whether it was to try a case or make a judgment, he was not subject to interference from other people or departments. The other half was the military training officer, who was appointed by the training base of each legion and ultimately under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Military Affairs. The local governors could not interfere with military affairs. However, every time a city or region organized a large-scale military training, it involved countless citizens who had to abandon their farm work and complicated official duties. It was bound to cause some chaos in the local government, and both sides had to coordinate to solve it. Although Stromboro could not interfere with the tax affairs, he sent a patrol team to arrest the people who caused the most trouble. He also sternly warned the village chiefs of Prospero that they must immediately quell the trouble caused by the people in the village. Otherwise, he would forcefully remove the village chief who did not do his job for the crime of incompetence. At the same time, he wrote a letter directly to the palace of Turii, reporting the ins and outs of the matter in detail to the king and Devers. After reading the letter, the Devers did not have much of an emotional reaction. They only called the Minister of Finance, Mercies, and showed him the letter. Mercies, who had been guarding the treasury for the Devers for more than 10 years, was not someone to be trifled with. He immediately sent his trusted men to Naxos to investigate the truth, collect evidence, and prepare to bring charges against Laodigian in the Senate. As soon as Mercy's men boarded the ship at the port, Laodigian received the news. He immediately rushed to the palace and asked the Devers. He sincerely expressed that he did not understand the situation in Naxos for a long time in Turii and was not very clear about the details of tax collection. Since the tax collector pointed out the problem, he was willing to abide by the tax law and pay double compensation. Due to Laodigian's timely submission, the storm was quickly settled. Mercies asked divers for instructions and removed the middle-level tax officer of Naxos for dereliction of duty. He also praised the adherence to principles and loyalty of the Garrett model and gave him a generous reward. This matter spread in Naxos, and many people thought that Galadmos had won the favor of the king of Devers. From then on, no one made things difficult for him. At this moment, Galadmos and the two tax collectors stepped on the gentle slope and entered the fields of Laodigian's house. It was already the end of August, and the wheat had basically matured. Half of the hillside was dyed golden. The scorching sun and the heavy ears of wheat did not bend the stalks, and the gurgling water in the fields gave them the strength to stand upright. Seeing this scene, Galadmos could not help but feel happy. It seems that this year is going to be another bumper harvest. Since the reconstruction of Naxos, the past 10 years have been mostly bumper harvest. Demeter and Persephone are really blessing us. Cabanax said with a sigh, "This is all thanks to the great king of Devers. He is the descendant of Hades, which is why these two gods have been blessing our kingdom." Gabriel emphasized, as a young man of Naxos, he had a stronger sense of identity with the kingdom of Dionia. Since the east and central coast of Sicily was incorporated into the kingdom of Dionia, the belief of Hades had also spread. As the Greeks of Sicily admired Demeter and Persephone, the priests of Hades did as the Romans did and incorporated the two goddesses into the divine system of Hades. Persephone was originally the queen of the underworld, and Demeter was both the sister of Hades and his mother-in-law. Therefore, next to the temple of Hades built in the territory of Dionia in Sicily, there must be a temple of Demeter, and Persephone was originally in the temple of Hades. After the celebration of Hades in September, it was followed by the Harvest Festival. The people offered sacrifices to the two goddesses to thank them for their blessings. Later, the festival spread to Greece. While the two of them were sighing, Galadmos was carefully examining the boundary markers at the edge of the field and estimating the size of the field with his naked eye. Laodicean, 78 acres of good field, harvest. Galadmos finally confirmed. Gabriel hastily scribbled on the papyrus-stapled book. Galadmos looked at the Laodicean's field again and was slightly surprised. Most of the laborers in the field were cycles. The wheat harvest was about to be harvested, so it needed to be guarded. First, they had to drive away the birds that stole the wheat. Second, they had to prevent damage from beasts and humans. And third, they had to urgently harvest the wheat in case of continuous cold winds or other natural disasters. The large area of the Laodicean's field required a lot of laborers, and the difference in the attire of the cycles and the Greeks could be distinguished at a glance. My lord, many Naxos families with a lot of land hire cycles as laborers during the harvest season. Even the craftsmen in the city like to hire them. Also, the laborers at the port. Their pay is cheaper, and they are not bound by the kingdom's laws. Cabanax saw Galadmos' confusion and quickly explained. His family lived in the northwest of Naxos, bordering the cycles, so he was more familiar with the situation. The cycles are not like us. Their land is concentrated in the hands of nobles and leaders, and the commoners become their hired farmers. It is difficult to feed a family with the rations they earn a year, so they might as well work in Naxos as laborers. I heard that some cycles even wanted to register at the city hall, hoping to become a citizen of our kingdom. Unfortunately, the friendship agreement between the cycles and the kingdom stipulates that no cycles shall be accepted as citizens of Dionia. Not all the cycles are like that. I heard that the city of Kefaloitan in the middle of Sicily is like us, distributing land to the commoners. Even many cycles from other cities have gone to Kefaloitan, Gabriel said. Cabanax retorted, I heard that Kefaloitan is just a small mountain city. How much land can it have? It's already good enough that it can settle its own people. Most of the cycles are working as laborers in Naxos, Sicily, Katarni, and Leontini. You should know that a few of the city's protectors have protested to Lord Strompoli many times, saying that the cycles are robbing the livelihoods of the registered freedmen of Naxos, demanding that they be deported. Those conservators have been protesting against the Sikaur people's problems every year. I even heard that they made suggestions to His Majesty divers during the Conservator Assembly in Turiai, but I don't see much change. Gabriel's words were interrupted by Galadmos. Let's just do our job and not discuss these irrelevant things. Yes, my lord. The two of them were alerted, not because they were discussing the high and mighty king of Devers, but because they were afraid that the protectors of Naxos would overhear them. In order to prove their worth, these protectors would do their best to protect the rights of the commoners, probationary citizens, and even freedmen. From time to time, they would quarrel with the local council and city hall. The two of them did not want to provoke these mad dogs. Let's go back. Galadmos turned around and was about to go down the hill. At this moment, Gabriel suddenly pointed to the front and said, My lord, there are two slaves coming out from behind the hill. Galadmos turned his head and saw two almost naked, dark-skinned men hurrying down from the top of the mountain. However, when they were halfway down the mountain, they saw Galadmos and his two companions standing in the field wearing Bolton uniforms. The uniforms of the kingdom's officials had special patterns and stripes that could be distinguished at a glance. They immediately stopped and panicked. Finally, they turned around and ran back to the top of the mountain. Stop right there. Galadmos was suspicious and immediately shouted. However, the two of them ran even faster. How could the three officials in Bolton uniforms catch up with them? In the blink of an eye, the two slaves had run past the top of the hill and disappeared without a trace. Damn it, Gabriel cursed as he looked at the green and continuous mountains behind the hill. He pulled up the corner of his clothes, wiped the big drops of sweat off his face, and handed the water bag at his waist to Galadmos. Galadmos unscrewed the stopper, but did not drink it immediately. Instead, he asked, Whose slaves are they? They must be from the Laodicean family. Cabanax analyzed. My lord, look from the mountainside to the foot of the hill. It is all the fields of the Laodicean family, completely blocking the way up the hill. If they were slaves from other families, they would not come here at all. However, these two slaves walked directly towards the fields before they saw us. They were not worried about being stopped by the Laodicean family slaves at all. Chapter 587. It's possible that they cut down trees secretly, or secretly reclaimed the fields and the mountains, or even violated the rules when hunting. Gabrinus guessed. According to the law of Dionia, citizens must obtain the permission of the local agricultural officer before they could cut down trees. Secretly reclaiming land in the territory of the kingdom was not allowed either. The approval of the Ministry of Agriculture must be obtained. Even hunting was not allowed, especially young animals. Otherwise, they would be fined heavily by the Ministry of Agriculture. Of course, it was impossible for the Ministry of Agriculture to have so many people to supervise these illegal activities. It was more dependent on the reports of the people, especially the civil protection officers who were most keen on punishing the people who violated the law. Caranax did not speak. He thought that his colleague, in order to please his superior, would offend the powerful Laodicean family in Naxos. It was completely unnecessary. Galadmos was deep in thought. His eyes swept across the mountainside and saw a servant of the Laodicean family standing on the edge of the field, supervising the work of the workers. The foreman, who was quietly looking over, met Galadmos' eyes and hurriedly looked away. Galadmos' heart skipped a beat, and he walked straight over. The man immediately bowed and greeted Galadmos, and even promised that he would pay his taxes at the tax office in time after the harvest. Since the incident last year, the Laodicean family had obviously been warned. Every time they met Galadmos, they were very respectful. Galadmos had no choice but to ask euphemistically, "Are the two slaves who just came down from the top of the mountain yours?" "Of course not. I was just about to call the workers to arrest the two slaves who came out of nowhere and tried to break into my field. I didn't expect my lord to beat me to it. I still have to thank my lord for your help." The foreman said gratefully, "It's such a hot day today. My lord, you must be tired and hungry after being busy for most of the day. On behalf of my young master, Pyphogres, I invite you and your men to our house for dinner to express our gratitude. Pyphogres will be very happy to know that you are going." Galadmos thanked him and declined the offer. Then he looked at the Sikels in the field, and a few Greeks whom he did not know. He did not think that these temporary workers would know the two slaves. Although he had doubts in his heart, he was after all just a tax officer, not a patrol officer. It was not his responsibility to investigate illegal activities. When he returned to the Prospero town hall, he would talk to the agriculture officer about this matter. Whether it was illegal tree cutting, hunting, or reclamation, it was all their work. Galadmos went down the hill. When he reached the foot of the hill, he looked back at the golden wheat field. He vaguely felt that the foreman who had just spoken was still looking at him. "That person should be Antris," Gabriel said uncertainly. "Yes, he is Senator Laodicean's most trusted slave butler, Antris. I heard that even Pyphogres has to listen to him," Cabanax said with certainty. "No wonder Laodicean put him in charge of the house in Naxos. Pyphogres is not a good person. I heard that he dared to molest the daughter of a senator when he was in Turiae, so he was chased back to Naxos. Is this true, my lord?" Gabriel asked curiously. "Of course it's a rumor." Galadmos immediately denied it. He was not interested in gossiping, but the conversation between his men made him secretly pay attention. He did not expect that the slave who greeted him with a smile was the same Antris that Strompoli had mentioned, the one who secretly played a role in last year's storm and made things difficult for him for a period of time. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Galadmos secretly became vigilant. He decided that when he returned to the Prospero town hall, he must remind the agriculture officer to do a thorough investigation. It was already around 6 o'clock in the evening when they returned, but the sun was still hanging in the sky at this moment. Galadmos and the other two walked east along the north bank of the Alcanor River. On the right side, there was a surging river, and the green grass was swaying in the wind. On the left side, there was a continuous wheat field. The golden setting sun shone on the golden wheat seedlings, on the farmers returning from the fields, and on the lively town in front of them. It shrouded everyone and everything in the joy of harvest. Although it was a small town, the area of Magero was much larger than the city of Sicily and had a larger population. 10 years ago, The exiles of Naxos rebuilt the old city near the Naxos Bay, but some of the people living in Magero were unwilling to move because their fields were all on the banks of the Alcantar River. If they moved back to the new city of Naxos, they would have to spend a lot of time traveling back and forth every day. As a result, almost half of the people living in the city of Naxos and Magero felt empty. A year later, the people of Sicily sent an envoy to Turii, asking to be incorporated into the kingdom of Dionia. Why did Sicily, who had only joined the Dionia alliance, ask to become a territory of Dionia so eagerly? The reason was simple. Sicily had Naxos to the north and Catanae to the south. These were all cities of Dionia. Sicily was sandwiched on the coastal corridor between the two cities, with Mount Etna to the west, and its territory was small. The originally occupied town of Magero was also taken back by Naxos, so more than half of the citizens of Sicily had no land. How could they not be envious when they saw the people of the two cities getting a piece of land and living a prosperous life? As a result, the people of Sicily held a citizens' meeting and unanimously asked to become citizens of Dionia. Many of the Sicily who became citizens of Dionia went to Catanae and got a piece of land, and some came to Magero, which they were familiar with, making the population of the town of Magero far exceed that of Sicily and the new city of Naxos. Therefore, there was a proposal from the elders of Naxos. Simply upgrade Magero to a city and send a governor to manage it. This proposal was strongly opposed by the elders of Naxos, and the reason for their opposition was simple, because Magero was originally in the territory of Naxos. Antonios, who was the governor of Naxos at that time, also expressed his opposition. After all, if Magero was separated, the direct annual tax money that Naxos could get would inevitably be greatly reduced. The kingdom of Dionia implemented a tax-sharing system. The central government and the cities split the tax 50/50. It was not until the continuous influx of new citizens of Dionia that the population of Naxos caught up with the population of the new city of Naxos, which reduced the controversy a lot. However, the people of Dionia still jokingly called Naxos the two cities of Naxos. Indeed, in order to better manage Magero, every governor of Naxos had to send an administrative adjutant to Magero to be responsible for the management of this small town that was not a city, but more like a city. The city adjutant was a new official position in the kingdom of Dionia. Depending on the size of the city, a governor of a city would be equipped with 1 to 3 administrative adjutants. These adjutants would assist the governor in managing the city affairs, and each of them had their own division of labor. When the governor was away for important matters or was seriously ill, they would assume heavy responsibilities. Magero also became a place where the Senate of Dionia trained the elders who lacked administrative experience. The elders were appointed to directly serve as the administrative adjutant of Naxos and the manager of Magero. In the territory of the kingdom of Dionia, there was also a city known as the Two Cities, and that was Cremissa. It was just that the town built on the marshy plains was smaller than Magero. The population of the new city of Naxos eventually grew, but the population of Sicily never increased. There were also some elders who suggested that Sicily was too small and that it was too shabby. They suggested that it'd be better to remove the name of a city and downgrade it to a small town, just like Taorminion, which would save a lot of administrative expenses. Because Taorminion was too strong and the land was too barren, Taorminion was designated as a military fortress in Sicily by the Devers. It was also one of the training camps of the 8th Legion. Such a proposal was, of course, strongly opposed by the elders of Sicily. No one wanted to see their mother state downgraded, so the matter was left unsettled. Galadmos thought about these anecdotes about Magero and walked into the town. His office was in the town hall, which covered the entire middle and lower reaches of the Alcantar River. All the officials of the 5 demos worked here instead of in their own demos area. This was also another administrative feature of Naxos in the kingdom of Dionia. 10 years ago, the 1st Legion occupied the square around the Magero town hall. After a difficult battle, they finally defeated the Syracuse coalition army, laying the foundation for Dionia to finally own the Catania Plains. To commemorate this great achievement, A memorial pillar was erected in the middle of the small square next to the town hall. At the top of the pillar was a statue of a soldier of the First Legion holding the flag of the First Legion. There were two small temples not far from the town hall. One was the Temple of Hades, and the other was the Temple of Demeter. There were already temples for these two gods in Naxos, but the people who lived in Melar proposed to build two more temples in Melar on the grounds that the temples were too far away and inconvenient to worship, but they were rejected by the chief executive and the council. As a result, the people of Majero collectively raised funds to build two small temples, which was another feature of Naxos. Although it was already dusk, there were still many people going in and out of the two temples. Most of them were farmers who had just returned from the fields, praying for the upcoming harvest. Chapter 588. His slave reminded him that the governor of Naxos, Strompoli, had invited him to dinner tonight. He hurriedly called a carriage and drove to Naxos as fast as he could. Of course, there was a road between Melar and Naxos. In just 20 minutes, Galadmos arrived at the governor's residence. Under the guidance of the slave, Galadmos walked into the living room. There was a couch, a wooden chair, and a dining table. Candles were lit all around, illuminating the living room. "My lord, I'm sorry I'm late." Galadmos bowed to Strompoli, who came to greet him. "You're quite early. Diakisis will arrive a little later." Strompoli welcomed him in and comforted him. "We didn't invite any outsiders tonight. It's just the three of us, so don't be too restrained. Treat this as your own home," he said. "Okay," Galadmos responded. "Do you like the couch or the wooden chair?" "Choose for yourself," Strompoli said as he sat down on the couch in the middle. Seeing that Galadmos had chosen a wooden chair to sit on, he patted the pillow beside him and said, "It's been more than 10 years since His Majesty and Herpes advocated that eating on wooden chairs is healthy, but I'm still used to the couch." Galadmos quickly said, "The people of Mindalara often say, 'Only you, my lord, still uphold the traditions of Mindalara. Don't they always say that I'm too conservative?" Strompoli replied. Galadmos hurriedly tried to explain. He waved his hand and smiled. "I'm not as stupid as they say. As long as it's good, I still have to learn to accept it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to manage a city hundreds of miles away from Mindalara today. Greece has changed so much in the past 10 years. It's impossible for people not to adapt." Strompoli recalled the past with a face full of emotion. Galadmos listened attentively. Strompoli was satisfied with his behavior. He gestured to the slave, standing at the side, and said, "Serve the dishes." Galadmos was shocked. "My lord, aren't we going to wait for Diakisis? He's not like you. He often comes to my place like his own home, so you don't have to worry about him at all." It was said that Diakisis came to Naxos at the same time as Strompoli, a year earlier than Galadmos. As an inspector, Diakisis was under the direct command of Strompoli, and he was an important assistant to the governor in governing the city. Inspector meant patrol and investigation, and it was a new public service after the establishment of the Kingdom of Dionia. Its predecessor was the patrol captain. Dives elevated this public service, which was originally at the bottom of the hierarchy, so that it could play a greater role in maintaining the city's security. Naturally, Diakisis had a much closer relationship than Galadmos, who was an outsider. The slaves brought out the prepared dishes one by one. There were dried fruits such as almonds, figs, pistachios, dates. There were fruits such as pomegranates, peaches, plums. There were meat dishes such as steaming pork soup, roasted mutton, cooked chicken. There were also grilled codfish, steamed oysters. Of course, there was also wine, beer, and watermelon juice. After a while, the table was filled with food and drinks. Galadmos was in a daze and could not help but say, "This is too sumptuous. Tonight, let's eat and drink to our heart's content. I've specially invited the chef from Kristoya's restaurant to cook for us. I believe you will be satisfied." Strompoli was lying on his side on the couch with a proud look on his face. "I believe that some of the food on this table is rare even in His Majesty's palace. After all, Naxos is closer to Africa." Strompoli laughed and gestured to the slaves standing at the door of the living room. A slender, dark-skinned, good-looking slave girl came in and sat down next to Galadmos under Strompoli's instruction. Galadmos was slightly nervous and subconsciously moved to the side. Strompoli saw this scene and smiled. I remember that you are not married, Galadmos, right? Yes, my lord. It's time to find a wife. Strengthen your family's bloodline as soon as possible so that your parents can rest assured in Elysée. Strompoli's words touched Galadmos. But don't look for one in Naxos, because your roots are in Amyndalara. Try to find the daughter of an Amyndalara or Turii minister. That will be more helpful to your future. When I go back, I will look for one for you. Strompoli said earnestly. Thank you for your teachings and help, my lord. Galadmos was a little touched. He really felt that Strompoli was really thinking about him. Sigh, there are not many real Amyndalarans, and there are only 2 of you in Naxos. I still remember when we were imprisoned in the Temple of Zeus by the Lacanians, your father Eschys finally collapsed because of hunger and disease. I was by his side at that time. Strompoli murmured as he recalled the past. Galadmos' eyes were a little red. How can I not care about you? Strompoli's words were emotional, but unfortunately, the atmosphere was suddenly ruined by a sudden voice from outside the door. You didn't wait for me. You have already started eating and drinking. Accompanied by this shout, a burly young man walked into the living room. Sit down, Diacasis. We're just waiting for you. Strompoli did not care about the young man's impolite tone just now. He waved to the slaves to hurry up and serve him the dishes. Hey, Gala. Diacasis waved to Galadmos and sat down opposite him. Galadmos nodded to greet him. The two were more familiar with each other because not only was their age not far apart, but they were also classmates in the Turii school. However, Galadmos was outstanding and Diacasis was a naughty student, so the two rarely communicated. They only had more contact after they became adults, especially after they came to work in Naxos. Diacasis was different from Galadmos. When the Devers occupied Amyndalara, he still had his mother. In the end, his mother, like other widows of Amyndalara, remarried. His adoptive father was Dracos, but Diacasis did not have a good relationship with Dracos. He did not acknowledge him as his adoptive father, and Dracos was busy training soldiers and fighting, so he almost did not care about him. Until the end of the Southern Italian War. The people of Syracuse called the war 10 years ago the Great Greek War. But the people of Dionia believed that the war was not only fought against Syracuse, but also against Samni and Tyrannum, so it was called the Southern Italian War. Dracos died a heroic death and became a hero of Dionia. A statue was erected on the Hall of Valhalla. The king, the Devers, and the former mercenary elders had always taken care of Dracos' family, which was unacceptable to Diacasis. In the end, he found an opportunity to work in Naxos, just to get away from Dracos' comrades. Sir, I remember that someone just gave you 2 Namibian slaves. You can't be biased. Diacasis shouted to Strompoli as soon as he sat down. I knew you would say that. I won't leave you out of it, Strompoli said with a smile. Then another slave entered the hall and sat next to Diacasis. He immediately put his arm around the slave's waist and asked for her name. Strompoli coughed softly and asked, What happened in the city? Why did you come so late? Prospero's inspector came to me in the afternoon. He said that a registered free citizen reported to him that his 13-year-old daughter was missing, and he hoped that I could support him. I just want to understand the situation, and I rushed back here. I'm going to send people to search tomorrow. After Diacasis finished speaking, Strompoli nodded and did not pay much attention to it. When the new Naxos was first built, it was full of exiles, free citizens, aliens, and even the remnants of Campanian mercenaries. So, there were often fights, murders, and disappearances. It was only in the past few years that things had settled down. He believed that with Diacasis' ability, he would be able to handle it. Sir, this is not a simple matter. I'm afraid it has something to do with the Laodicean family. Diacasis glanced at Galadmos and said in a deep voice. Strompoli was stunned. He put down the wine glass that he was about to raise and waved his hand to dismiss the 2 slaves immediately. Then he asked seriously, Oh, what evidence did you find? Galadmos' heart skipped a beat, and he also pricked up his ears. The free citizen was recently hired by the Laodicean family to guard the wheat fields. According to his wife, yesterday his daughter went to deliver food to him, but she never came back. And the free citizen said he didn't see his daughter at all. Diacasis grabbed a plum, took a bite, and continued, "Sir, you have to know that Pyphogres was driven back to Naxos by his father because he caused trouble in Turii. There are often rumors of him abusing female slaves in Naxos. I suspect that this matter has something to do with him." While Strompoli was still muttering to himself, Galadmos could not help but associate the disappearance of the girl with the suspicious things he had encountered in the afternoon. He immediately interrupted, "Sir, today I went to the Laodicean family's fields to check." After listening to Galadmos' narration, Diacasis shouted, "Look, even Gala is suspicious. Sir, you have to give me an order. I'll bring people to search Pyphogres' house tomorrow." Chapter 589. "Why?" Diacasis said anxiously. "My lord, if we don't conduct a surprise inspection and give Pyphogres enough time to prepare, it will be very difficult to catch him." "Why?" "Because he is Laodicean's son, and his brother-in-law is Antonios. You have been in Naxos for a few years, and you know how influential Laodicean is here. You're only guessing, and you have no proof. If the search fails, the reputation of Laodicean and his son will be greatly damaged. Do you know how much damage it will do to the reputation of Laodicean and his son? When that happens, you and I will have to face Laodicean's wrath and revenge." Strompoli said solemnly, "I am a veteran senator, and I will be leaving Naxos soon, so Laodicean will not dare to do anything to me. However, you and Galadmos will be staying here for another 2 to 3 years. Due to the rapid expansion of the Kingdom of Dionia, the frequent change of government officials is not conducive to the stability of the region. Therefore, the Senate has passed a bill to amend the law. The term of office of the city governor is 3 years, and the term of office of the lower-level officials is 5 years. Last year, Galadmos was suppressed and ostracized because of the tax issue. You know that. If you anger Laodicean this time, it will be very difficult for you to live here in the future. As an elder, I would rather that you don't care about this case. I don't want you to get hurt." Strompoli's words were sincere, but Diacasis did not appreciate it. He shouted, "This is the land of the Kingdom of Dionia, and His Majesty the Devers has the final say. How can we allow Laodicean to do as he pleases? I don't believe that he dares to do anything to me." "You really want to investigate?" "Yes, my lord. I must investigate this matter. It doesn't matter if it has anything to do with the Laodicean family," Diacasis said firmly. Strompoli looked to the other side and said, "Galadmos, what do you think?" "My lord, I support Diacasis." Galadmos paused for a moment and said, "I will also do my best to help him. After all, I am very familiar with the village. It's good to be young." Strompoli looked at the two of them and sighed. "Sir, when you were a senior judge, you were famous for being strict and not caring about personal feelings. I didn't expect that now." Diacasis used his words to mock him. "When it comes to being strict, I'm not as strict as Scombros. Unfortunately, he has gone to the Elysee." Strompoli said with a sigh, "Sicily is different from Greece. There aren't many free Dionia citizens here. Most of them are exiles from Sicily. They are too easy to group up with. After the Southern Italian War, His Majesty put most of his energy into governing and unifying the land of southern Italy. In order to ensure the stability of Sicily, the Senate absorbed many Sicilian exiled leaders." Strompoli swirled the wine glass in his hand, and his eyes glowed with a faint light. "Unless His Majesty has made up his mind, he won't be able to reorganize Sicily's territory. I don't want to stop you from investigating this matter, but I hope that you will act secretly and collect conclusive evidence. Don't let Laodicean's people have anything on you so that I can report this matter directly to His Majesty." Diacasis' eyes lit up. "Understand, my lord. Even if this matter fails, it doesn't matter." Strompoli encouraged the two of them. "You are citizens from Amyndalara and have the founder of Amyndalara silver buckle. You have the support of Amyndalara and many elders in the military. No one dares to provoke you, because most of the mercenaries under the Devers married Amandalra women. These elders in the military have a deep relationship with the original citizens of Amandalra. Don't worry, I will definitely find out the truth. Diacasis said confidently. My lord, are you going to retire soon? Galadmos finally had a chance to ask. Yes, it will be 3 years in September. With my age, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to hold a post in the future. Stroking his white beard, Strompali sighed and said, according to the information I've received, my successor is likely to be His Excellency Assists or His Excellency Lesperatus. According to the law a few years ago, isn't it stated that an elder cannot be the governor of the city where he was born? Galadmos asked doubtfully. You remember wrong. Lord Lisi Paradis is a Catanai, but the Sicilians have always liked to hang out with each other. Besides, Assist's uncle is Antonios. No matter who becomes the governor of Naxos, they will take care of the Laodicean family. That's why I didn't want you to make a big deal out of this matter just now, lest it will be detrimental to your future development. Strompali reminded. Galadmos and Diacasis looked at each other. All right, let's not talk about this matter anymore. This evening, which I had planned as a farewell party for myself and for you, was almost spoiled by you, Diacasis. Strompali raised the glass in his hand and said loudly, Children, come, let's drink to tonight's party. That night, in order to thank Strompali for taking care of them for the past few years, the Diacasis family and Galadmos frequently toasted each other. In the end, they returned home drunk. At noon the next day, a hungover Diacasis rushed to the city hall, only to receive the news that the freedman had canceled the report and explained that he and his wife were busy working and had forgotten that his daughter had been taken to Catanai by relatives yesterday afternoon. At dusk, the number of customers in Kristoya's restaurant in Naxos gradually increased. A middle-aged man with a scar on his face walked in and went straight to the waiter at the counter. I have an appointment with Diacasis. May I ask? Please follow me. The waiter took him to the second floor and pushed open the door to a room. Diacasis was sitting alone in it. As soon as he saw the man, Diacasis said with dissatisfaction, Captain Silices, how are you going to manage your soldiers if you're so late? Silices was too lazy to argue with him, so he sat down directly opposite him and asked, Why did you invite me to dinner? Diacasis did not answer immediately. He turned to look at the waiter and said, Hurry up and serve all the dishes I ordered. I'm starving. Silices, what do you want to drink? Beer, of course. 2 more cans of beer. Close the door when you go out. Okay, your wine and dishes will be delivered right away. The waiter went out and closed the door. Silices looked at Diacasis and asked again, What's the matter that made you call me in such a hurry? Diacasis put his right elbow on the table and asked in a deep voice, Lord Protector, don't you know what happened in Prospero in the past 2 days? Silices was the protector elected by the citizens of Prospero. According to the law of Dionia, the protector was elected once every 2 years. One protector would be elected from each Depayer district. A city could only have 10 protectors at most. Therefore, in large cities like Turin and Crotone, the number of Depayers was far more than 10. There were even as many as 20 to 30 Depayers. 20 citizens would be randomly selected from each Depayer district. After the first round of voting, 10 protectors would be elected. Naxos was not a large city, and it had only been established for less than 10 years. There were only 7 Depayer districts. 10 years ago, Silices was an exiled soldier. He fought alongside the First Legion and earned military merits in the battle to repel the allied forces of Syracuse. Later, after the Catania Plains belonged to the Kingdom of Dionia, the Devers ordered the Ministry of Military Affairs to establish the 8th Legion in Sicily. Silices, who had combat experience and military merits, naturally became a low-ranking officer in the 8th Legion. After 10 years, he had already become a captain, but he never had the intention to develop his career in local politics. In the past few years, he had directly applied to run for the protector election, completely cutting off his future in politics. It was precisely because of his prestige in Prospero and his excellent qualifications for the election, the hero of Naxos's recovery, the scar on his face, the captain of the 8th Legion, paid his taxes on time, and had no record of breaking any laws, that he was elected as the protector of Prospero twice in a row. At this moment, he carefully thought about it. Diacasis was the city's patrol officer, and his job was to maintain public order and arrest criminals. The reason he came looking for him in such a hurry was most likely because of this. After all, the two of them had worked together many times in the past because of breaking the law in the city. And what happened in Prospero in the past 2 days, he asked with uncertainty. Are you referring to the matter of the freedman losing his daughter? It seems that you are quite competent as a protector, Diacasis teased. I heard that the freedman has found his daughter, Silicis added. Diacasis knocked his fist on the dining table and said in a deep voice, Bullshit. He said that his daughter went to Catanai with her uncle, but I have asked his neighbors carefully. None of them saw any guests enter his house, and none of them saw his daughter go to the port. On the contrary, I went to Christos Bank and found out that he had deposited 1,000 silver drachmas this morning. Chapter 590. You mean he's lying? Silicis blinked his eyes. Without a doubt. But I did not send anyone to Catanai's address, as the freedman had said, to investigate further. According to the law, he has already canceled the report, so there is no need for the patrol to continue the investigation. And I don't want to alarm some people. Diacasis whispered with a mysterious look, to be able to take out so much money to make a father forget his daughter's disappearance. Silicis, don't tell me you can't guess who is behind this. Pyphogres. Silicis blurted out. Diacasis pointed at Silicis and said excitedly, I also think it's this guy who you have repeatedly reported to us that he abused female slaves. At this time, the door was pushed open and the waiter walked in with a plate of dishes. The two immediately stopped talking. Silicis, try this before you drink. Diacasis couldn't wait to grab a palm-sized oyster with one hand. Regardless of how hot it was, he carefully inserted the white flesh in the shell with the iron fork, put it into his mouth, and chewed carefully. Then he drank the remaining soup in the shell in one gulp and picked up another. This thing is soft. I'm not used to eating it. Silicis said, grabbed a roasted leg of lamb, and took a big bite. You don't understand this. Do you know who invented this steamed oyster dish? I'm not interested to know. After eating a few in a row, Diacasis showed a satisfied expression and said mysteriously, It's His Majesty. Really? Silicis was surprised. Why would I lie to you? 7 years ago, when His Majesty divers went down to inspect the military port that was being built in the port of Tarentum, he saw that the reef beach was full of these things, and the laborers were still pounding them, mixing them with sand and volcanic ash, preparing to pour them into boulders to facilitate the construction of the port. His Majesty stopped them at once, saying that they were wasting good food, and ordered the guards to collect the oysters. That night, he invited the admirals to a dinner of oysters, and told them that eating oysters could improve a man's sexual ability. Since then, Kristoya's restaurant has a new dish, steamed oysters. The oyster meat is covered with all kinds of sauces and cooked in boiling water. It tastes wonderful. The intoxicated look on Diacasis's face shocked Silicis. So it was His Majesty who said that eating oysters can improve a man's ability. I thought it was something the restaurant made up to sell this kind of thing. Otherwise, how could His Majesty easily deal with 2 beautiful princesses and have so many children? Besides, without this thing, I wouldn't dare to go to the brothel frequently. Diacasis joked. Diacasis didn't dare to continue the conversation. He turned his head to look at the closed door and said with a straight face, Stop joking around and get down to business. Do you want me to help you look into paphicals? Not to help me, but to help yourself. Diacasis pointed at him and smiled. Don't you want to go to Turii at the end of the year? Silicis's eyes widened when he heard this. Go to Turii was not for sightseeing, but to participate in the annual assembly of the protectors of the Kingdom of Dionia at the end of the year. However, not every city's protectors could participate. There was a quota. For a city like Naxos, there were 3 protectors, and only the protectors with outstanding performance could be elected. The main responsibility of the protectors was to reflect the suffering of the people, protect the interests of the people, and expose violations of the law and corruption. Because of the hindrance of the Laodicean family in the main area that Celesus was in charge of, most of the problems he reported to the higher-ups were not solved well. This affected the people's impression of him, and naturally, he was not one of the 3 protectors elected by the people of Naxos every year. According to the law, the protectors were mainly responsible for the demos where they were located. Of course, they could also participate in the affairs of other demos when the protectors of the other demos were not doing anything or needed help. This time, if Celesus could use this matter to catch Paphocles by the tail, intimidate the Laodicean family, and redress the grievances of the free people, he would definitely be able to attract the attention of the people of Naxos. Thinking of this, Celesus's eyes became a little hotter. He leaned forward and said, "Even an inspector like you has given up on this case. As a protector, what can I do other than cry out for justice and incite the people? I don't have the right to forcibly search the houses of the people. Celesus, as the protector of the Prospero, the people there have a close relationship with you, so you can get some information that I can't. If you're familiar with the environment there, you'll be able to avoid the attention of the Laodicean family and achieve your goal." Diacasis spoke with fervor and assurance. He then lowered his voice and said with a serious expression, "Let me tell you an important piece of news. Yesterday afternoon, a good friend of mine was in the Laodicean family's field when he saw 2 Laodicean families' slaves appearing from behind the hill in their field. When they saw my friend, they panicked and turned around to escape. This situation is very suspicious. I'm afraid it has something to do with the missing girl. Could it be that they imprisoned the girl somewhere in the hill, or killed her?" Celesus clenched the leg bone in his hand. "Do you remember that I once reported to you that Paphocles abused and may have even killed the female slaves?" Diacasis nodded. "Now you have the chance to confirm this rumor. Is that friend of yours Galadmos?" Celesus asked cautiously. Seeing the slight surprise on Diacasis' face, he said, "Because I know that he was the only one who went to the Laodicean family's village to inspect the field yesterday afternoon. Since he said it, I can rest assured." Celesus said resolutely, "I'll take care of this matter." "Great, let's have a toast. I wish you all the best." Diacasis raised the wine jar. For the next 7 days, Prospero was as calm as usual. The farmers carefully looked after the wheat fields that were about to ripen, waiting for the arrival of the harvest. The city of Naxos, on the other hand, was much more lively. Strompoli attended the farewell banquets held by his colleagues and businessmen every day. The people in the city cheered for the eventual champion of the rugby tournament of Naxos and sincerely wished the team an excellent result in the finals of the Kingdom of Dionia after the ceremony of Hades on the 9th of September. On the evening of the 8th day, 3 people were trudging through the mountains to the west of Megero. The man in the middle was Celesus. He was carrying a pickaxe on his shoulder. The slender man in front of him kept observing his surroundings. At the same time, he used a long stick in his hand to push away the weeds and branches that were almost covering the mountain path. "Ugh, Aphitus, we've been walking for so long. Why haven't we found it yet? Did you forget the place?" The man in the back could not help but complain. "Province, let me tell you, my memory is very good. I can still clearly remember what happened 10 years ago, let alone what happened just a year ago. Besides, the situation that day was so special. How could I possibly forget it?" Aphitus retorted. "That's right. I have a very good memory. But what if you're looking at the wrong place?" "Look, the trees are so dense that they make me dizzy," said Province, unconvinced. "I'm the best archer in the light infantry brigade of the 8th Legion. My eyesight is very good. I can see your face clearly from a mile away." Aphitus said confidently. Province snorted. He was about to say something when Celesus, who was in the middle, asked, "Aphitus, how far are we from the place you mentioned?" "We're almost there, Captain." Aphitus pointed ahead with his stick. "After going around this ridge, we'll reach the mountain behind the Laodicean family's field." Celesus looked ahead. The dense trees blocked his vision, and he could not see the path ahead at all. The rays of the setting sun shone through the gaps between the leaves, making the surroundings seem a little gloomy. He asked worriedly, "By the time we get there, will the sun have already set?" "No, It won't get dark until after 9 o'clock in this season. We can definitely make it in time, Aphitis said confidently. After going over the ridge, Aphitis gestured for the two to lower their bodies. Standing at the top of the mountain, their vision immediately became extremely wide, and they could see the entire forest in front of them. Aphitis pointed to the front and said in a low voice, "A year ago, I came to the mountains to hunt. It was here that I saw Pyphogres and his slaves burying something in the valley opposite us. Why didn't you dig it up then?" Province could not help but ask. That's Pyphogres we're talking about. His father is an elder of the kingdom's senate, and his brother-in-law is also an elder of the senate. He was even the conqueror of Catania. I'm not going to get involved in this kind of trouble. If it weren't for you, Captain, asking me so many times, I wouldn't have come today. Aphitis' eyes were somewhat fearful. Celesis patted his shoulder to show encouragement. Aphitis observed for a while more and said, "There's no one on the mountain in front. Let's go down. We've been observing for a few days. We came here because we confirmed that there were no more Laodicean slaves in the mountains opposite us." Province retorted, "When we go down later, try not to talk too much." Celesis reminded. The three of them walked down the narrow mountain path and finally arrived at the kernel. It's right in front. Aphitis said a little excitedly. He walked forward with some difficulty with the weeds that were almost as tall as a person. The trees in this area were even more luxuriant, so the light was even dimmer. One could hear the faint sound of flowing water. Upon closer inspection, one could see a tiny stream flowing into this mountain valley under the cover of rocks, withered leaves, and withered grass. In the black-red stream, there were densely packed red worms dancing nonstop. It was a creepy sight, and it also made one understand why the plants in this area grew so fast. The land was too fertile. The three of them stepped on the soft soil, taking deep and shallow steps as they walked forward strenuously. Province cried out in surprise. "What's wrong?" Celesis quickly turned around and asked. Something climbed up my foot." Province's whole body was trembling. Chapter 591. Celsius kicked it away and warned, "Prevalos, shut up. Do you want to summon all the slaves from the Laodicean family?" In order to avoid the enemy's attention, they had taken a huge detour and climbed over several mountains before coming here from the side. As soon as Celsius finished speaking, caw, 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 a mournful cry resounded through the mountains, startling Celesis. A flock of crows perched on a tree branch. Prevalos looked at Celsius' sorry state and wanted to laugh. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand. "Damn crows." Celesis couldn't help but curse in a low voice. "That's the messenger of Hades. He's here to help us." Aphitis, who was in front, turned around and bowed to the crows. He then said to Celsius with a straight face, "If Pyphogres has been burying something here recently, it's probably here." "Here." Prevalos looked at the place where Aphitis was standing in doubt. The trees and weeds there did not seem to be any different from other places. Although Celsius was tall, he could see that the weeds where Aphitis was standing were much shorter than the ones around it. It was as if the entire area was sunken. "Dig." Celsius's eyes were filled with mechanical eagerness. He had been asking around through various channels, but none of the information he got was about the missing girl in Pyphogres' mansion. On the contrary, there was a small amount of information that confirmed that Pyphogres' slaves had wandered the forest many times. The most accurate information came from the famous hunter of Prospero, Aphitis. That was why he had come to him many times to ask for help. The land in front of him was his last hope. He raised his pick high and smashed it down. Prevalos took a deep breath and began to dig as well. Although this forest belonged to the kingdom of Dionia and was not given to any individual, Laodicean's farmland was on a mountainside. Due to his family's power, there had been several conflicts. Over time, the people of Prospero who wanted to hunt or collect wood in the mountains would try to avoid this area. If it weren't for Celis's kindness, he wouldn't have risked coming here. It was very quiet in the valley. Even the crows had stopped cawing. Only the sound of breathing and the sound of pickaxes hitting the ground could be heard. The soil here was wet and soft, so they quickly dug a small hole. "Wait!" Aphitis, who was standing on the lookout, suddenly shouted and stopped the two from swinging their pickaxes. He crouched down and reached out to pull up a small branch that was sticking out of the water at the bottom of the pit, but he could not pull it up. Then he stretched out his hand to wipe off the black mud on the branch. The eyes of the other two widened. It was a swollen and rotten finger. Aphidas, do you know where Inspector Diacasis and his men are hiding? I know, just now, when we came. Bring them here right now. Got it. When Diacasis arrived, the sky was already dark, but he was very excited. As soon as he saw Celesis, he said excitedly, Celesis, you finally brought me good news. Celesis was covered in sweat. He stood next to the pit with his pickaxe, looking a little tired. He said in a very heavy tone, We found a decomposing female corpse. It's probably the missing girl. We also found 2 skeletons. I wonder if there are more in this land? Diacasis was shocked. He looked at the dark pit in front of him and said angrily, Damn Pyphogres, he should go to hell and receive endless torture. He suddenly turned around and shouted, Brothers, light the torches and continue to dig this land. Yes, my lord. Many of the inspectors responded. This will alarm Pyphogres. Celesis said anxiously. Now that the evidence is conclusive, Pyphogres still dares to stop me. Isn't he afraid of adding a few more crimes to his name? Diacasis waved his hand smugly. Dig. The next day, an explosive news quickly spread throughout the city. 6 corpses were dug up in the mountains to the west of Naxos. According to the investigation of the inspector, all 6 corpses were female, and they were strangled to death. The news shocked the people of Naxos. Since the establishment of Dionia, there had never been such a terrible murder case. Who was the crazy murderer? While the people were panicking, Diacasis had already surrounded Laodigian's mansion with a patrol team. Although Andreas, the butler, tried to argue that the skeletons behind the mountain had nothing to do with his family and loudly protested against the patrol team's illegal act of trespassing on his private property. A slave soon admitted under pressure that 5 young female slaves who served Pyphogres had disappeared unknowingly in the past few years. There was also a slave who said that a corpse with a missing little finger on its left hand might be one of the female slaves. The wife of the freedman also recognized that the rotting corpse was wearing the clothes that her daughter was wearing when she disappeared. Just as Diacasis was about to arrest Pyphogres, a male slave took the initiative to stand up and admit that he killed all these people, and he was willing to be executed. Diacasis was shocked, but he still used the reason that Pyphogres is a major suspect and brought him back to the patrol office next to the city hall with the murderer. Strompoli summoned the young city patrol officer to the city hall. As soon as they met, he asked, Diacasis, is there any progress on the case? Pyphogres has always denied that he killed them. He only said that he did not discipline the slaves well and was willing to be punished. The slave who confessed to the murder was identified by other slaves as one of Pyphogres' 2 trusted slaves. The other one had already committed suicide on the night we found the corpse. I'm guessing that the 2 of them have been burying the corpses all this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told us the location of each corpse so clearly. But no matter how he tortured them, he always says that he killed them. Diacasis said in a dejected tone, These days, there have been parliament members coming to plead on Pyphogres' behalf, and I can't handle it anymore. If you can't find conclusive evidence that he killed them, I'm afraid. Strompoli stroked his beard and said thoughtfully, What's the punishment for allowing slaves to kill people? According to the judge, severe cases can be sentenced to 10 years in prison and a large fine. But those who died were all slaves, and only one was a registered freedman's daughter. None of them were citizens. So even if he really killed them, it is very likely that he will not be sentenced to death. Judge Alderus also urged me to hand over the slave and Pyphogres to the court as soon as possible so that the trial could be closed as soon as possible to prevent the matter from getting worse and causing panic in the city. I think he took advantage of that family. Diacasis said angrily, Don't talk nonsense. The court is independent. I can't influence them, and I can't interfere. Maybe Judge Alderus thinks that the death of a few slaves is nothing. Strompoli comforted him, but there was still some worry on his face. But this way, Pyphogres will be fine, and Laodigian will not be implicated. He will not be punished by the Senate, and you will have completely offended him. I'm not afraid of them at all. Diacasis said stubbornly. Strompoli sighed and said, with us supporting you, of course you don't have to be afraid, but it will still be troublesome. It seems that I will have to write to His Majesty again. Why do you need to write to His Majesty? Diacasis asked doubtfully. Because His Majesty hates it when citizens mistreat slaves. A few years ago, a member of the Crotone local parliament severely injured his own slave for no reason, and the local judge fined him. After His Majesty Devers found out, he asked the court to impose a new punishment. Not only did he pay a large fine, but he was also sentenced to a year in prison. This time, if he knew that so many female slaves were killed, you can imagine how angry he would be. Will Pyphogres still be alive? Strompoli sneered. Diacasis nodded in realization. At this time, Strompoli suddenly slapped his forehead. He suddenly remembered something. Right, immediately go to the priest of the Temple of Hades and see if they can make that slave tell the truth. For the Greek city-states of this era, there were three most common ways to punish criminals. The lightest punishment was a fine. The more severe punishment was physical punishment, such as accountability, whipping, and other punishments. The more severe city-states, such as Rockley, had cruel methods, such as chopping off hands and gouging out eyes. The more severe punishment was execution. Of course, the most common method was to deprive the criminal of his citizenship and deport him. However, not a single Greek city-state had imprisonment and sentence. This was because not only did the criminal not have to work, but the city-state had to provide food for the criminal. This was unacceptable for a city-state with a small population and little money. Therefore, these Greek city-states did not have fixed public facilities such as prisons. However, the kingdom of Dionia was different from the other Greek city-states. In the laws of Dionia, there was no punishment for mutilation of limbs. Instead, there were provisions to sentence the criminal to imprisonment according to the seriousness of the crime. Therefore, every city in the kingdom had a prison, and most of them were in the inspection office. At this moment, the priest of the Temple of Hades, Coliantus of Naxos, entered the inspection office under the respectful welcome of Diacasis. Chapter 592. At that time, the people of Naxos were still unfamiliar with the Temple of Hades, and Coliantus was responsible for spreading his teachings. After 7 years, the people of Naxos had completely accepted Hades, the benevolent king of Hades. The number of people worshipping him every day far exceeded the number of people worshipping Demeter. This showed Coliantus' ability and the hard work he had put in over the years. The prison was dark, damp, and smelled terrible. Coliantus had been here many times and was already used to it. He ignored the cries of the other prisoners in the cages on both sides and walked through the middle to a cage. The jailer opened the lock and pushed the iron door open. Coliantus walked into the cage, and the smell of blood assailed his nostrils. Coliantus frowned and hurried a few steps forward. With the dim light from the narrow window, he saw a naked man lying in a pile of withered grass in the corner. The blood oozing from the dense scars had dried up outside his body, turning him into a bloody man from top to bottom. He lay there motionless, and only a faint breathing sound could be heard. Coliantus turned his head to look at Diacasis behind him and said with a reproachful tone, "Why did you hit him so hard?" Facing the reproachful gaze of the priest, Diacasis felt a little ashamed. He stammered. He refused to tell the truth. "You guys can leave. You don't have to stay here," Coliantus said in a deep voice. "It's too dangerous here." "Esteemed priest," a jailer reminded. "Don't worry. With the protection of Hades, he won't hurt me," Coliantus said firmly. Diacasis and his men had no choice but to leave. "Boil a few pots of boiling water for me," Coliantus made another request. After they left, Coliantus and the 2 priests who came with him carefully carried the slave to the simple bed next to him. Coliantus had been to the prison many times and had a lot of experience. He asked his men to bring 2 medical boxes. One was filled with medicine for external injuries, and the other was filled with clean linen. After the boiling water was delivered, he and his men first dipped the linen in the water and began to wipe the blood off the slave's body. At the wound, they would gently peel off the blood that was mixed with soil and straw and slowly remove the green pus from the wound. Back then, Hulse had been instructed by the Devers to send doctors to train the priests of the Temple of Hades in basic medical skills. Colientis was one of the most hardworking ones. Coupled with years of practice, his ability to treat external injuries was no less than that of an ordinary Dionia doctor. However, the pain of cleaning the wound still woke the slave up from his coma. In a trance, he saw the person squatting in front of him wearing a white robe and a simple black letter A drawn on the chest. He subconsciously struggled to sit up. "Don't move first. Let me finish applying the medicine and bandaging you." The slave shuddered slightly. The kind voice was so familiar. It was very similar to the voice he heard during the Naxos Hades celebration every year on the 9th of September. "Merciful priest Colientis," he shouted in a hoarse voice with uncertainty. "It's me." This answer was like a beam of warm sunlight shining into the slave's deathly still heart, making his eyes instantly wet. He struggled to prop up his head and stared blankly at the old man, who was incomparably sacred in his heart, pouring cool and comfortable medicine for his wounds. Then he used clean strips of cloth to paste and bind the wounds one by one. His white robe was stained by dust and bloodstains, and his wrinkled face was full of sweat. However, this old man did not care at all. His expression was so focused. Colientis finally finished his work. He reached out to wipe the sweat on his forehead and asked, "What's your name?" There was no response. He looked up and saw that the slave's face was already full of tears. The slave looked straight at him, but he bit his lips and did not make a sound. Colientis was a little relieved. It seemed that it could be done. So his expression became serious and said, "Now you know how to cry, but you have brutally killed so many people before." "I didn't." The slave saw that the person he respected the most misunderstood him and almost blurted out the truth. He quickly shut his mouth and then said unwillingly, "After I die, I will see the 3 judges. They will give me a fair trial." "A fair trial?" Colientis pondered for a moment and said slowly, "If you didn't kill anyone, then you are lying. Are you not afraid of being sentenced to the hell of having your tongue pulled out and enduring endless torment? Besides, you've concealed the truth and allowed the real culprit to escape punishment. You're an accomplice, and the 3 judges will definitely make you bear half of the blame for his crimes. This isn't as simple as pulling out his tongue. Are you ready?" The slave's face changed when he heard this. He quickly lowered his head, but only saw the muscles on his arm bulging and the linen that had just been tied immediately oozing blood. "Don't use too much force, or the wound that has just been applied with medicine will open again." Colientis immediately patted his arm with concern. Seeing that the slave still clenched his fists, he asked softly, "What's your name?" "Lakis." The slave squeezed out the word from his mouth. "You're a Namibian, right?" Colientis looked at his dark skin and said, "I heard from the inspector that 4 of the girls who were killed were Namibians. They were all your compatriots." Lakis trembled all over. "I heard from the inspector that when these 6 corpses were buried, they were placed very neatly, and each of them had an opal in their mouth. The murderer would not be so kind. Oxai, this is all because of the kindness in your heart that prompted you to do this." Colientis sighed and said with certainty, "I believe that you are not the murderer. You were just forced to follow the instructions of the real murderer." Lakis' shoulders shook even more violently, and a low sob could be heard. "Child, it must be very painful to live like this." Colientis sighed again, and his tone became stern. "But you clearly have the opportunity to catch the murderer and let him be severely punished by the law. But you want to take the blame for him, giving him a chance to hurt more Namibian girls in the future. Do you really have the heart to do this? Are you really willing to do this?" "I'm not willing." Lakis raised his head with tears in his eyes and roared emotionally. "But I'm just a slave, and he's a big man. My wife and my 2 daughters are in his hands. What can I do? What can I do? Hades is the most just God. Whether it's a slave or a senator, he treats them equally. His Majesty the Devers enacts the laws of Dionia in accordance with his will to protect all the good people in the kingdom of Dionia and punish all the wicked. Don't have any scruples. Tell me the truth. Hades above, your devout believer Coliantus swears to you that I will protect Oxai's wife and daughters and never let them come to any harm. Oxai looked at Coliantus in surprise as he placed his left hand on his chest and raised his right hand, sincerely swearing the oath. His heart suddenly filled with endless gratitude. This gratitude melted the barrier in his heart, and he knelt in front of Coliantus with a thud. Diocassus walked into the reception hall of the Naxos City Hall. As soon as he saw Strompoli, he said excitedly, "My lord, your advice is really useful." That slave finally told the truth. Strompoli was both proud and emotional as he said, "I only know that the slaves of the kingdom of Hades trust the temple of Hades the most." From time to time, slaves from various places would run to the temple of Hades to complain about their grievances. Speaking of which, this has something to do with the Polixis case that caused a sensation in Greece more than 10 years ago. "My lord," Diocassus took a few steps forward and said in a low voice with a slightly solemn expression, "That slave also revealed another thing about Laodicean." Strompoli looked at his expression and asked in a deep voice, "What is it?" Diocassus did not say anything, but just handed him the record in his hand. Strompoli carefully read the record, but his two white eyebrows gradually knitted together. His face was filled with surprise. He suddenly pressed the record hard on the table and asked anxiously, "Is what he said true?" He said that he did not do it. It was another slave who had already committed suicide who had been secretly doing it. But one time, when he was drunk, he confided in him, "I have no way to verify the truth of this matter." Diocassus showed a rare hesitation. After all, this directly involves Senator Laodicean. "So I came to ask you for advice." "You are right. Don't act without authorization." Strompoli nodded in approval of Diocassus's approach. In his mind, he was thinking about some vague rumors he had heard in the past few years when he was in power in Naxos. With his hands behind his back, he slowly walked around the living room with a solemn expression. Diocassus waited quietly at the side. After a moment, Strompoli said in a deep voice, "Who else knows about this matter?" "Me and two of my most trusted subordinates, and priest Calientus. Tell your subordinates that they must not tell anyone. Otherwise—" Strompoli's eyes flashed fiercely. "I understand, my lord. I will talk to the priest about this matter. He is a smart man. Besides, the law states that priests are not allowed to interfere in political affairs." Strompoli stroked his beard, looked at Diocassus, and ordered, "Delay this case first. Continue to detain Paphocles, but do not interrogate him. Also, temporarily lock up the slave like before. I will talk to Judge Alderus and ask him to give you more time. I believe he will still do me a favor. Now, I have to prepare to write a letter to His Majesty. Go back quickly and take care of your inspection office." Watching Laodicean leave, Strompoli looked down at the record on the table. His wrinkled face revealed a trace of a sneer. "Laodicean, will you be the second Polixis?" At the same time, in the inner city of Turii, in the mansion of the military minister of the kingdom of Dionia, Antonios was sitting in the courtyard with his nephew, enjoying a meal while talking. Chapter 593. Assists looked at his aunt, who was a dozen years younger than him, apologetically. Even though he had a problem with Laodicean, he still felt that Doreen was a good wife. "Why would I be mad at you, uncle? It's just that it's getting late. We should go home now. We'll come back another day." Then he turned to Antonios and said meaningfully, "Uncle, please think about what I just said." Antonios snorted, but Doreen gave him a light punch. He swallowed the rest of his words. After sending Assists and his family off, Doreen said to Antonios, "What happened? Why did you lose your temper?" "This is business. Don't ask too much," Antonius said angrily. "Fine, I won't ask. Don't talk to me anymore." Doreen pouted angrily. All right, I was wrong." Antonios, the military minister of the kingdom, who was in his 50s, hurriedly hugged Doreen in his arms and apologized profusely. Assist disagreed with my decision to appoint him as the governor of Naxos, so we quarreled. Why? Isn't it good to be the governor of Naxos? Doreen was puzzled. Who knows what he's thinking? Assio's grown up now, and he doesn't want to listen to his uncle. Antonio said, still a little angry. No matter what, he's your only nephew, Doreen said. Doreen reached out and stroked Antonius's bearded face. She kissed him gently, her eyes full of charm. Auntie Doris is running and jumping tonight. Una will be able to put him to sleep easily. I'll wait for you in the room after I take a shower. All right. Antonio's anger grew even stronger after being seduced by his wife. Doreen married him at the age of 17. She was more than 20 years younger than him. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also virtuous. She even gave birth to a son for him. Antonio's, who always felt guilty about his age, doted on her very much. Because of this, he took good care of his father, Laodigian, and his family. Looking at his wife's graceful figure walking toward the main building, he couldn't wait any longer. Antonius! Something big had happened. Something big had happened. At this moment, Laodigian's anxious shout came from the corridor. Laodigian had always been able to come and go as he pleased, as if he was in his own house. Antonio's mood was interrupted, but he couldn't get angry at Doreen's father. With a straight face, he said to Laodigian, "What happened this time?" Laodigian was so anxious that he did not notice Antonio's reaction. He shouted, "Pyphogres is locked up in Naxos, but Strompoli never released him. What trouble did Pyphogres cause this time?" Antonio frowned and asked impatiently. Among Doreen's family, he had the least favorable impression of Pyphogres. After all, back in Turii, Pyphogres had actually harassed Alexis' daughter, Gisha, and caused a huge uproar. In order to stop Alexis from pursuing this scandal, Antonius had spent all his years of friendship on begging for her forgiveness. At the same time, he had Capys and other comrades to help him plead for leniency. In the end, Pyphogres was sentenced to 4 months in prison and a fine, which was a relatively light sentence. This time, what did this bastard do? How could he make Strompoli not let go of him? Antonio's felt uneasy. What happened to Pyphogres? Doreen's voice came from behind Antonio's. Seeing his daughter appear, Laodigian immediately changed the topic. Doreen, your brother was wrongly accused and locked up in prison. His life is in danger. Laodigian told his daughter what had happened. Of course, in his narration, it was the slave who killed the slave and the freedman's daughter, not Pyphogres. A slave dared to kill the female slaves of his family. Do you really think everyone is stupid? Antonio shouted at Laodigian. You should have listened to me. Let him be locked up for 2 or 3 years and learn his lesson. Then he wouldn't have fallen to this state today. Laodigian had never seen Antonio's so angry before. He subconsciously avoided eye contact and said to Doreen, I'm not in Naxos, so I don't know the specifics of the situation. This was all written to me by Antris. But even if Pyphogres was the one who killed the slaves, the slave has voluntarily confessed to the crime. Besides, the victims were just female slaves. There's no need for Strompoli to be so serious. Is he really going to be sentenced to death for betraying Pyphogres just because of this? At this point, Laodigian saw that Antonio's expression was still cold and hard, so he softened his tone and said, I know that Pyphogres is a disappointment, but he is my only son, and he is not married, let alone having children. If he is really sentenced to death, our family's bloodline will be severed. Doreen, do you really want to see me go to Hades to see your grandfather after I die? Doreen was shocked that her brother had killed so many people so cruelly, but she could not bear to hear her father's pleading. She did not know what to do, so she could only look at Antonio's for help. Antonio saw the look in his beloved wife's eyes, and his heart softened. He kicked a broken pottery pot on the ground into the pool in the middle of the courtyard. He then put his hands on his waist and said to Laodigian, I don't know the details of the law. How do you want to save that bastard? Tell me. Seeing that Antonio's tone had softened, Laodigian hurriedly said, There is no provision in the law of Dionia that citizens who kill their own slaves will be sentenced to death. Moreover, The freedman has already withdrawn his report, and the slave has voluntarily confessed to the crime. Logically speaking, the case can already be closed. However, the Naxos Inspection Office has delayed the case to the court, and the detention of Pythagoras has long exceeded the time limit. These are all violations of the law. Antonios, you just need to talk to the highest judge, Tritodemos, and ask him to intercede on Strompoli's behalf so that the case could be handed over to the court as soon as possible. It's not right for a local governor to interfere in court affairs. Why did Laodigian not talk to Tritodemos directly? Although he had made a lot of friends in Thurii over the years with his wealth, there were still some social circles that did not care about him. The senators of Amendalara had always been known for being conservative and arrogant. They often took pride in being the earliest senators of the Confederation, and they could not stand the slick style of Laodigian who came later. Most of the senators of Lucania had always been concerned with the affairs of Lucania. They were close to the former mercenary senators, but they did not like to interact with the senators of other regions, especially the senators of Sicily. Because the two territories were located in the north and south of the kingdom, there was no conflict of interest at all. Hemont was an exception, but this senator, who was famous for marrying off his daughter, fell out with Laodigian because Pythagoras had once pursued his youngest daughter. There was also the Thurii senators. These senators, who were born in the heart of the kingdom, were also known for their loftiness. Moreover, because of the Polixus case, more than half of the senators of Thurii were sent to prison, which made the remaining senators more cautious. Not only did they not have much contact with the senators of Sicily, but they also did not have much contact with the senators of other regions in private. The former mercenary elder was once the savior of Amendalara, and had spent the longest time with Amendalara. Amendalara also had a close relationship with Amendalara because of the large-scale marriage back then. That was why Laodigian hoped that Antonios would step in and persuade Tritodemos to speak to Strompoli. Since both of them were from Amendalara, Strompoli should give him face. This was Laodigian's beautiful idea. Tritodemos. Antonios muttered the name thoughtfully. Indeed, compared to the more conservative and stubborn Strompoli, Tritodemos was easier to talk to. Back then, it was he and Protesilaus who first took the initiative to get close to the mercenaries. Speaking of which, Tritodemos had been sitting in the position of the highest judge for more than 10 years. This was not because of his service in the trial of Polixus, but because of a law proposed by King Divers and passed by the Senate 9 years ago, stipulating that the public offices of the kingdom, such as judges and tax collectors, which require a high degree of professional knowledge, must be filled by citizens who have been specially trained and gradually promoted through a long period of practice, and no other public officials may take up the post in the interim. This determined that Tritodemos would stay in this position until he retired. According to the law of Dionia, citizens after the age of 65 were not allowed to take up any specific public office of the kingdom due to old age. Of course, the senators were still senators. When this bill was first proposed by the Devers, it was passed without much objection, because in this era, there were not many people who could live to the age of 60. Chapter 594. Are you sure that what the Naxos Inspection Office is doing is against the law? Antonios asked again. Of course. Although there are a lot of laws in Dionia, I've been reading them all these years. I can recite most of them. To be honest, I think I'm qualified to be the highest judge, Laodigian said with a hint of boasting. All right, I'll talk to Tritodemos about it. Antonios finally nodded in agreement. With this reason, he could talk to the judge who had been in office for more than a decade. One more thing, Antonios, Laodigian said. It's already September, and Strompoli's term is about to end. We should choose a successor as the governor of Naxos as soon as possible. I heard that the assists and his family have just left. How did your discussion go? Hearing this, Doran looked at his husband with a slightly worried look. Antonios looked at Laodigian, who seemed to be in a hurry, and spoke casually. The words that the assists had said previously came to his mind, and he inexplicably felt a little disgusted. He said unhappily, Paphicles caused such a huge mess, and it's still a problem whether or not it can be solved in the end. Now you're actually worried about the candidate for the governor of Naxos? My father-in-law, you're too careless. Do you think that we can decide who the governor of Naxos is just because we want to? If the governor of Naxos is someone we're familiar with, the other senators and I will feel better in Naxos. Look at what Strompoli has done in Naxos in the past few years. It's nothing compared to what you've done in Naxos. We're also worried that the order in Naxos will be disrupted, so we want to choose a senator we're familiar with. That way, he won't cause trouble in Naxos. Besides, the election of the governor has always been the most important matter for us senators. Only we know the affairs of Sicily the best, and the other elders generally won't fight with us for it. Am I right? Laodigian retorted confidently. You're really stupid. Although he had quarreled with the assists earlier, it was not as if he did not have his guard up. He looked at the smug Laodigian and finally could not help but scold him. Who do you think you are? King of Dionia? All the candidates for the chief executive of the city have to be approved by His Majesty the Devers before they can be appointed. In the past, he didn't speak during the election because he didn't think it was necessary. But this time, you should know that he hates citizens who mistreat slaves the most. What do you think His Majesty Davos will think if you jump out to seek benefits for yourself at this time? These words stunned Laodigian on the spot. What should we do? Doreen asked worriedly. I hope His Majesty hasn't noticed the incident with Pythagoras. Antonius sighed. The assist's whole family went to Antonius's house for a banquet. The Devers read the new information presented by Aristides and smiled slightly. Aristides, aren't your subordinates too free? Why are you so insistent on such a small matter? Your Majesty, I felt that this news was worth paying attention to, so I decided to show it to you. Aristides, who was standing at the side, said calmly. What do you think? The Devers looked up at him with a calm expression, but the majesty he exuded made Aristides involuntarily lower his head slightly. Then tell me, what did they talk about at the banquet that made you feel that there's a problem? This. I don't know. Aristides answered straightforwardly. But I know that before the assists returned to Tris, Antonius, Laodigian, and the other Sicilian senators have been trying to elect the assist to take office in Naxos. I just received a secret report from Naxos that there was a shocking murder case there. Laodigian's son, Pythagoras, is a major suspect and has been detained by the Naxos Inspectorate. Pythagoras? The young man who caused a scandal at Adoris's graduation banquet. The familiar name reminded the Devers of the farce that happened in Turis 2 years ago. At that time, the incident did not shock him as much as the others. After all, he was from his previous life. It was common for energetic young men to get physical with each other when they drank too much, and in the end, no substantial harm was caused. It's him, Your Majesty. How did he get involved in the murder case this time? The Devers asked again. Aristides hurriedly told the Devers the whole case in detail. After listening, the Devers' face gradually became gloomy. He said in a deep voice, "This son of Laodigian is very bold. It seems that he is determined to leave his name in the legal history of the kingdom. He killed 6 people in a row, which is unprecedented. If he can get away with this, what's the point of the existence of the kingdom of Dionia?" Asterisk slap. Asterisk the Devers' right hand slammed on the desk, causing Aristides' heart to skip a beat. The Devers then said, "You said that the Naxos Inspectorate is now detaining the slave who voluntarily confessed to the crime and the real criminal. What do you mean by that?" Your Majesty, I don't know. However, Lord Strompoli has met with the judge of Naxos, Alderus, several times and refused the Laodigian slave, Butler, many times. Also, Priest Hades of Naxos went to the Inspectorate's prison once. Aristides said cautiously, "It seems that Strompoli's secret letter is about to arrive. I want to see what they're up to." The Devers tapped his fingers on the back of the chair and fell into deep thought. It was not a big deal for the son of an elder to kill someone. A warrant was issued for a thorough investigation, and it would not cause too much of a commotion. However, through this murder case, the Devers saw a deeper problem. Why did the Naxos household registration officer not discover the problem of the Laodigian slaves in time, which led to the female slaves being killed one after another? According to the laws of Dionia, slaves purchased by citizens must also be registered in the household registration officer of the city. Every year, When the city population was checked, the number of slaves and their health would be checked. The mountain where the Laodicean household's farm was located belonged to the kingdom. Why did the people of Naxos not dare to go there? Otherwise, someone would have found the burial place a long time ago. Why did the members of the Naxos parliament intercede for the son of Laodicean when something happened to him? Because of this, Strompoli had no choice but to close the door. Also, why did the judge of Naxos not work together with the inspectorate to sentence the real murderer as soon as possible? Instead, he delayed it like this? Naxos was in big trouble now. Naxos was not the only one. The Devers tapped on the back of the chair. After the Great Hellenic War, Dionia occupied almost all the land in Greece. However, because of the war, the population decreased sharply, and empty land was everywhere. Coupled with the fact that the kingdom was newly established, many systems needed to be adjusted. The Senate and him had a lot of work to do, so they naturally focused their energy and work on Greece first. After all, this was the foundation of the kingdom of Dionia. The governance of Sicily was relatively lax. As long as it remained stable and did not cause any major trouble, there were no more strict requirements. That was why the so-called conqueror of Catania, Antonios, had been the governor of Naxos for 6 years. Because of the trust of the exiles of Catania and Tapolis, a new elder who had never had any administrative experience also became the next governor of Catania. Now that the overall situation in Greece was on the right track, the Devers originally wanted to wait for the end of the Daunian War before focusing on cleaning up Sicily, but now it seemed that the plan had to be brought forward. Laodicean, Antonios. The Devers silently recited the names of these two people in his heart. Suddenly, he thought of something again. He looked up at Aristyras, who was standing upright. Is Antipolis still the adjutant of the administration in Syrium? Yes. Androporus's administrative path could be said to have started high, but ended low. He first served as the chief executive of Catani, but Catani was a large city with a large population, vast territory, and complicated members. He, who lacked administrative experience, soon felt powerless and even nearly caused a riot. In the end, in his second year in office, he took the initiative to ask to step down. The Devers sent Antipolis to replace him. Antipolis, who was reluctant to resign, took the initiative to ask the Devers to work in a local place to gain administrative experience. How could the Devers refuse such an ambitious young elder? So they arranged for him to work in Syrium, which was being rebuilt. 2 years as a city inspector, 1 year as a city supervisor, 2 years as a city census officer, 1 year as a city agricultural officer, 1 year as a city commercial officer, and now as the adjutant of the administration of Syrium, mainly in charge of trade. It took Antipolis 8 years to serve almost all the major middle-level public officials in Dionia. Chapter 595. Androporus is not bad. He has been promoted to a senator, and he can still focus on training. Some people think that being a senator is a big deal. The Devers' voice was very soft, but Aristyras could not help but blink. Aristyras, your brother has become a senator, and you are still a court herald. Do you regret it? The Devers looked at him and said, half-jokingly. After the Devers became king, the political system of Dionia did not change. However, he asked the Senate to create several new positions for him, which were directly under the command of the king. One was the captain of the palace guards, now held by Marcius, who was responsible for the safety of the king and his family, as well as maintaining the order of the palace. Another was the secretary, held by Heliopolis, who was responsible for writing letters for the king. And the last was the court herald, held by Aristyras, who was responsible for conveying the king's orders and summoning officials. In fact, most of the time, this task was done by Aristyras' subordinates. Aristyras' real job was still the chief of intelligence of the Devers. Although most of the senators knew that the Devers had a group of subordinates who were responsible for collecting intelligence for him, the Devers still felt that it was not good to set up an intelligence officer position for him. Therefore, using the position of a herald to cover it up was nothing more than a sham. These 3 positions were all mid-level public officials, and their status was much lower than that of the Senate senators. Your Majesty, I've never regretted it. I like my current position, as it allows me to fully utilize my abilities. I also believe that being an ordinary public servant by your Majesty's side is more honorable than being an elder, Aristyrus said, enunciating each word seriously. You have learned to say nice things now. The Devers pointed at him and laughed. Well, it's getting late. You should go back and rest. The Devers stood up and said casually, You have to keep an eye on Axis. Yes, your Majesty, Aristyrus replied and turned to leave. He no longer lived in the Devers mansion. Instead, he had his own house near the palace at the foot of the hill. Devers left the study and walked to the backyard. When they were about to enter the main building, Devers saw a slim figure standing next to the statue of Artemis. Cynthia, he called softly. F.A. Father. Cynthia looked slightly flustered. It's already so late. Why aren't you sleeping? The Devers asked with concern. I'm praying to Artemis that my brother returns safely from his first expedition. Cynthia quickly said, This time, we sent 3 legions and a cavalry legion to deal with the Downey Empire. That's a total of 30,000 soldiers. We have more soldiers than the Downey Empire, so it will be easy for us to win. You don't have to worry about Adoris at all. Although this is his first time on the battlefield, he has always been talented in combat. Many veterans are no match for him in a one-on-one fight. Moreover, Oliver's is taking care of him, so there is nothing for you to worry about. Devers comforted her and then asked with a smile, Are you only praying for Adoris? Father. Cynthia paced her feet. Her face started to blush. When the war is over, your mother and I will hold a wedding for you and Patroclus. You are already 20 years old. If we don't get you married soon, people will think that no one wants to marry the princess of the kingdom of Dionia, Devers teased. Cynthia was both shy and happy when they talked about marriage. Thank you, Father. Go to sleep now. Devers waved his hand and said with a smile, Patroclus is the captain of the legion. He won't fight the enemy personally, so he won't be in danger. You don't have to worry about him. If you worry about him every day, you won't be able to sleep well, and your skin will deteriorate. When Patroclus comes back, he might not want you anymore. He wouldn't dare, Cynthia said with her hands on her hips. Devers smiled and turned to go upstairs. Cynthia's grateful voice came from behind again. Father, thank you. Devers immediately understood what she meant by thank you. Cynthia was already very pretty when she was 16 years old. Coupled with her identity as the princess of the kingdom of Dionia, there were naturally many suitors, including many children of former mercenary comrades of Devers, mainly adopted children. Devers rejected all of them because Cynthia already had someone she liked at that time. Devers respected her choice, which could be said to have broken the tradition at that time. In the Greek city-states, the daughters of citizens were subordinate to their fathers before they were married. Although the atmosphere in the kingdom of Dionia was much more open, it was indeed a little shocking to let a daughter choose her husband according to her own wishes. Devers paused for a moment. Without turning back, he went straight to the second floor. Sleeping at night was not too troublesome for Devers, who had 2 wives. He only had to take turns sleeping with one wife. Sometimes when his wife was on her period, she would take the initiative to let him go to the other wife's room. Overall, it was quite harmonious. Sometimes he thought that if he had 3 or 4 wives, just the choice of sleeping at night would probably be a big problem. With a big goal in mind, he never thought about it. Ensuring health and living a longer life were his expectations, so he would not indulge his inner desires too much. He opened the door and walked into Kristoya's bedroom. The candlelight in the bedroom flickered. Kristoya was lying on her side on the bed with her back facing him. A light blanket with red and blue stripes was draped over her body, revealing her snow-white shoulders and slender legs. Kristoya. Devers called out softly, but there was no response. It seemed that she had come back too late. She was so sleepy that she had fallen asleep. Devers tiptoed to the bed, took off his clothes, and was about to lie down next to Kristoya. Then he pulled the blanket aside and found that Kristoya was not wearing anything. As a mother who had given birth to 3 children, Kristoya still had delicate skin and maintained a good figure. Her slender and fat waist extended down to her round and plump buttocks. From a distance, it looked like a smooth, and perfect human curve. Devers could not help but lean against her smooth back. His right hand wrapped around her waist, and his palm pressed against her soft chest. Just as he was about to move, Kristoya suddenly turned her head and kissed his face. "You're not asleep." Devers was a little surprised. "What do you think?" Kristoya's eyes were like silk, and her gorgeous red lips bit Devers's mouth after a round of sex. The two lay side by side on the bed, panting softly. "Who were you talking to downstairs just now?" Kristoya asked softly. "Cynthia." She was praying for Adoris and her future husband. "That girl has been in a daze recently. It seems that all her thoughts are on that young man, called Patroclus. Sigh, we can't keep this daughter. When the Downy War is over, let's marry her over. You're too irresponsible as a father. Other people choose a good husband for their daughter, but you didn't choose the children of so many elders, ministers, and wealthy merchants. You let her choose herself." Kristoya grumbled. Devers said seriously, "With my current position, do I still need my daughter's marriage to consolidate my power? Let Cynthia choose a husband she's satisfied with. At least she won't blame me in the future. Besides, Patroclus's family isn't too bad. Although his father is disabled, he's quite capable. He's a respected officer of the Demos. Because of his outstanding work, the governor of the Turii, Lucius, is already considering promoting him to be the adjutant of the Turii administration or the city's agriculture officer. If this continues, he might become an elder of the Senate at the age of 50. Patroclus is also very hardworking. He's only been in the Legion of Dionysia for 10 years, but he's already become the youngest platoon leader in the Legion of Dionysia. That's why I say Cynthia has a good eye for a husband. If we marry her off in a grand manner, we won't let her parents down." Kristoya grumbled because she couldn't get used to the sudden departure of her own daughter. After hearing Devers's words, she sighed after a while. "It's not a bad thing to marry him early. It'll help Crow get rid of some thoughts he shouldn't have." "What did you say?" "Crow." Devers was shocked. "Crow likes this sister of his who isn't related by blood." Kristoya sighed again. "Why didn't I know about this?" Devers was stunned. "You're busy with politics every day. How would you have noticed?" "After we agreed to Patroclus' proposal, I noticed that Crow wasn't in a good mood for a few days. I only noticed it after Agnes reminded me." Sigh. Kristoya felt a headache coming on when she thought about it. "It's actually not bad to raise a daughter-in-law from a daughter," Devers joked. Then, he saw Kristoya raise her head and stare at him. He quickly corrected himself. Crow is still young and doesn't understand the relationship between a man and a woman. I think he's just a little attracted to Cynthia. He'll get better when he's older. He's almost 16 now. While he's studying at the Dione Academy, it's time to increase his military training in preparation for his future military service. I'm afraid he won't have time to think about these things then. You really plan to let Crow fight in the future?" Kristoya asked worriedly.